Happy Monday, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great Monday. Wait, I want to go back because Bubblegum. Oh, it's fine. I'll just add them to the queue because Bubblegum had new music come out and it was fucking bumping. But I hope everyone's having a good fucking Monday. Hello, Kiwi Pixels. Ed, how's it going? Hi. Oh wait. Oh, there we go. And what is Bank? Hello. Yeah, there we go. Now we're ready to work. Boys and I don't remember what songs. Hi, Rainer. Happy Monday. I don't remember which one Buffy sent me. I will listen to that one. Hi. Hope everyone's having a great one. I just gotta find. Where is it? Different mic. Oh, fuck. Okay, is it better now? Hold on, let me look at. Habwa? Habwa? Okay, I think it's good now. Does it sound okay now? Cool. Sometimes wavelength just messes up my microphone. The boys are liar. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for the head pat. I love head pats. I gotta find that song. This one. Which was this one? FTB. Show all. It's not a song that came out yet. Oh shit. Happy fucking Monday. Yippee! At the queue. You good. Today. Oh shit, I gotta do a go live post. Fuck. So badly. I don't know if we'll be doing that today. We'll maybe do some drawing today. Some art. I've been working on my little chibi. Where is it? I was working on my chibi yesterday. I don't know if I'll animate it, but I might. So she's like ready to be animated, but I've just been coloring her. We're listening to Baraska 5! Cause chat, did you know a second Baraska has hit the Creepcast? It's great. I love it. Well, maybe not love it because, like, you know, the contents of Baraska are a bit spicy, but it's a really good story. And they're reading chapter 5, which is like got like, or part 5, which has like 20 chapters in it. So I've been slowly chipping through that. If you don't know what Baraska is and you don't want to be scarred, maybe don't watch it, but it's a really good story. Coming back. Alright. Stream, Twitch promos. Monday, yes sir. Did I post it on the socials? I did, okay. Let me just repost that. Post live now. Doing the Monday dues over on Twitcherini. Come on. Gnarly. Oops. I wonder what happens if I just don't add my link. Hi, Tin. How are you? Hope you're having a good Monday. My eyes are so sleepy. I went shopping today, and then I speed ran cleaning the kitchen, and now I'm eepy. But it's okay. That's okay. I want to touch my hair. Shit. I'm the shit. Big shopping. Yeah, we went to New Seasons, and for those of you who don't know what a New Season is, it's a Pacific Northwest market where I guess they get like a lot of their stuff like locally and stuff. This is not what mine looks like in particular, but this is kind of like what it was like. And it's very nice. They have a lot of variety of food. My tism got overwhelmed very quickly because it wasn't like, they don't have like one type. For example, they don't have like one type of butter. They have like 5 different varieties of butter per company that they sell. And they sold like 3 different like brands. It was a lot. There was never just one of anything. And as a reward for my adventure, I got a hippo stuffed animal. He's so soft. He's a little hippo, though. Oh, shit. Maybe I'll do one for Friday really quick. What day was Friday? The 16th? It was the 16th. Losing with autism. I think my cuteness comes from my autism. Hi, Rhino. How's it going, bud? I think all we did last week was play Cash Cleaning Simulator and then watch TikToks. I'm pretty sure that's like the main things that we did. Whole document. Export. Oh. I also got I got not only the hippo stuffed animal, but I also got a salad, a pet pasta salad for breakfast. It's pretty good. I quite like pasta salads. There's sunflower seeds in it. Alright, today's Monday. I'm making curry. Ooh, what kind of curry? You're making like Indian curry? Are you making like, I guess like British curry? You have a specific kind of curry you're making? In 3, 2, 1. Anxiety. Japanese curry? Ooh, yum. My roommate really likes Japanese curry. They used to make that a lot in our slow cooker. Long day. 19. Save. I'm just gonna sit here and finish my food before I do other stuff because it's gonna keep quote unquote distracting me. Let's see, the 14th, so this was the 15th. Keep on trying, keep on trying. Oh, I keep on trying. Japanese curry that sells their. Oh my god, that's nice. I love it when like you go to a food place and like it's like really good, but then you can find out how to make it at home. I just feel like that's such a big win. Hi, sweetbird. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Sorry, I'm just finishing my breakfast. No, that's my lunch. My cat just decided to barge in the door and say hi. She's checking on everybody, but welcome on in. First chatter, how's it going? First time chatting. Keep it silent. That is the wrong one. Guys, I've been playing quite a bit of Cash Cleaning Simulator. I've been playing it like daily. I've got... How many hours do I got in at this point? I have 13 hours in it at this point. When I was stationed in Okinawa, I went to the curry house all the time. It's called Koko Ichibanya. Oh, that's so cool! Was Okinawa nice? Was it nice when you went there? Like, was it pretty? It's beautiful. I always wanted to travel. I've always wanted to travel. I think it's fun. That sounds really freeing. I've never personally... Yeah, I've never been outside of the US. So I think it would be cool. I miss the food. No, that's understandable. I feel like a lot of foods outside of the US are pretty good. These are so... They're so much richer in my opinion, but that's it's valid. Foreign food is pretty good. Okay, so today we're gonna start with a very marathon copyright art. Yippee! Okay, today we get to use we get to talk about Bungie today. I wouldn't say it's better, it's just different. Well, I think, like, right, if you go to Italy and you really like pasta, I think you're gonna think their pasta is better than the pasta here. But it is different. I think different is the way to put it. I don't want to use this article. I'll use Polygon. Polygon's, I think, pretty good. Bungie admits to lifting art for Marathon without credit. It isn't the first time Bungie sent this issue. This was posted a few days ago. Perfect. Bungie is, of course, not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade, but clearly my work was good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over the game without pay attribution. Hi, Sunflower! Hi, Sunny! How you doing? Yeah, I left start space. Sugar pink, lick a lips. How you doing? I'm good. I'm a little eepy, but I'm good. Board licensing is why was Oka mom would send me cans of Cincinnati chili? Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, that's valid. You lived in Okinawa too? Wow. I've never been there before. In the situation posting on us, we immediately investigated a concern regarding these texture sheets were ultimately using a version 5 to game. Marathon Alpha released. Oh shit! Did not mean to click on that again. It's so pretty. That's what Tin was saying, that it's really pretty there. I'd love to visit sometime. I'd love to just get out of the US sometime. Okay, I was one of the big. I love aquariums. I'd love to go. I would bring you with me. I would. Oh shit! Pixels, thank you for the 45-month tier 1 sub. Woohoo! Been a supporter since day one. But I love aquariums. If I gotta go to Okinawa, and go to one of the aquariums, I would live stream it for you guys. The aquarium is so nice. I can find some photos and share. Yeah, go for it. Thank you for the check-in. It's okay. I didn't leave the US until my honeymoon. Where'd you go? Where'd you go on your honeymoon? I think that's gonna be the same for me though. That's such a kind of a big thing. And also I have my cat and I don't want to leave her. Okay, so we'll probably borrow this polygon thing, but its main tank had 3 whale shark in it. Whoa! Wow, St. Lucia in the Caribbean, cool. Real, I don't go anywhere because of my babies. Yeah, I don't like being parted from my cat. I don't like being parted from my cat. I want like a goofy, like, don't steal. But the first thing we're talking about today for art tips, and this is something that, so we're veering off a little bit from traveling, but feel free to share any pictures you have of traveling in the fridge in the Discord server. But I just need to talk through myself through this art tip video that we're having today, because this is something that I've seen like too often in media. And so I really want to highlight on it because, like, it was drilled into my brain. I understand not everyone can afford to go to a university or a school to learn how to do game art, but it should be common sense not to take someone else's artwork. And so I'm just going to talk about that because a lot of texturing that I see for video game, like, tutorials that aren't like, oh, I hand painted all of this, are just like, oh, I'm just gonna take pictures from the internet. It's like, no, you do not do that. Don't use it in your game unless you made it or you own it. That is the summation. And the fact that not enough people say that when, like, they're sharing texturing stuff is insane. Not to, like, call out anybody, but there was, like, this one like a VR chat artist that was making a convenience store, and while they did do, like, redo a lot of the art themselves, there were some things where they're like, I'm just gonna, like, they've said the line, I'm just gonna take this from the internet because it's on the internet. And I was like, don't say that, don't say that, don't do that, don't, please, because things like this will happen. Also, Okinawa has the biggest tug of war in the whole world, I'm presuming. The rope was 2 blocks long and came up to my hip. Damn, yeah. It wasn't like a big rope, like one of those big, thick ropes. I feel like I've seen that in a lot of, like, live action or, like, just Japanese shows. I just heard about this today. Yeah, I heard about it, like, yesterday, and I was like, I'm gonna talk about this. I don't like talking about controversy, but stealing someone's art is never okay. And I hate it when people are like, oh, it's so easy to texture stuff for games. You just steal stuff off the internet. It's like, no, you don't. That's not how it works. You can use things like pictures of textures, like a picture of a metal pipe, or like picture of concrete for concrete texturing. But you should never just use someone else's image on the internet for anything. If you want to texture in games, make it yourself or own what the imagery is, you know? Like, super thick rope, hell yeah. We love a thick rope. Okay, so I'll take the altar, I'll be a disciple if you'll play Jesus. Meet me at the Pink Hotel, I'll let you in. Not to be a gentleman. I have an idea. It's to be like, you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't. What is the line? What is that thing? It's like, you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a car ad. Oh, piracy is a crime. You wouldn't steal a car is the first of that public service announcement. Well, it's a whole thing, though. I don't want to watch the video. You wouldn't steal. Yeah, it says you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a handbag. Yeah, so essentially I'm gonna do, like, this, I think, was like, you wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't steal a handbag, and you wouldn't steal an artist artwork, would you? And then I'm gonna have the Bungie logo sweating. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yup, that's what I'm doing. Will I get a cease and desist? Probably. I actually hope I do. Because I'm so small, I doubt anybody will see it. But, like, you can't keep getting away with it, dude. This is, like, day one. It's day one. You don't take another artist's shit. Like, I don't understand why people think that's okay. And I'm about to nail that in the coffin for anybody that sees this video. I don't care. I don't care. Fuck Bungie. I'm tired of it. You can do that through VCAN or their socials, and you can work out what that specific artist needs from you and if they're cool. Okay. How you would that little waifu, would you? Pretty sure that's a movie of the die. I believe it. I believe it. Okay. Don't steal. Looks like he's stealing a watermelon. I'll do this one. On brand. Yippee! Wait, cancel. Download transparent current page. Download, okay. Alright, so you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a handbag. And you sure wouldn't steal someone's art, would... Oh, shit. What is this one? These will be tight. Would you insert Bungie logo sweating? Now, this isn't an uncommon occurrence. Many art thefts have happened in the past. The audacity of it is what from a large what is Bungie? Is it like is it a AAA studio? Bungie is, I think it is just like it's a AAA studio. From another AAA studio. Baffles me. This is an uncommon occurrence. Many art thefts have happened in the past. However, the audacity of it from another AAA studio baffles me. I know quite a few on here who create video games, and even I went to school for video games. Not a joke. The biggest takeaway how to conduct yourself in terms of creating art. One that is a no-brainer is don't steal other people's art. As my favorite college professor would say, if it's not yours or you didn't make it, don't use it in your game/texture art. It's unfortunate. There is a difference between using, like, there's a difference between kit bashing and kit bashing, referencing texture materials, and total disregard for an artist's hard work towards their passions. So next time you see something that you wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't steal a handbag, and you sure wouldn't steal someone's art, would you? This isn't an uncommon occurrence. Many art thefts have happened in the past. However, the audacity of it from another AAA studio baffles me. I know quite a few people on here who create video games, and I even went to school to create 3D assets for video games myself. The biggest takeaway from how you conduct yourself in terms of creating art, and one that is a no-brainer, is don't steal other people's art. As my favorite college professor would say, if it's not yours and you didn't make it, don't use it in your game/texture art. There's a difference between gift bashing, referencing texture materials, and a total disregard for artists' hard work towards their passions. I'm just one voice in this digital void. Let's do our best to keep creating original art. And taking massive dumps on people, companies that think it was okay to use what that isn't theirs. I spelled theirs wrong. God damn it. Theirs. Okay. Look at me. I don't need this. That's stupid. This is a JPEG. I want PNGs. Info. 34. Save. Close. Ooh! Oh my god. Oh my god, Sonny, these pictures are so pretty. Look at the batteries. Eee! I love animals. Big yawn. Yes, anxiety, oh. Anxiety, oh. There was a big garden center next to it too. Oh, I love gardens. Oh, that's sick. I wish I could go. Nah, I really want to go. Okay, that worked. I'm gonna download this video. I hope you can one day. Hell yeah. I'd love to go, like, just somewhere. Like, just go on, like, a road trip or something with my friends at some point. Or just go on vacation with my friends at some point. But, you know. Times and 2 times, to be honest. A lot of looking at their portfolio and definitely speaking to them beforehand. Sensible and communicative. It's been a while since I've been on vacation, so I feel you. I'm poor, so I can't go on vacation. But it's okay. It's not like I work a rigorous job. Yeah, Okinawa is a beautiful place to live. Maybe, place to live. Maybe not so much to live. I mean, teach their own. I'm sure there's a lot of people that wish they could live in Japan that live in America right now. That's this. That's genuinely wait, what did that say? This is genuinely insane. They straight up took your shit here. I had lost what to say. Was it not live? The island is 60 by 11 miles. Hey, it's comfy, you know. I loved living there. I would go back in a heartbeat. Hell yeah. I'd like to have this as a thing, I think. Start. So that way. If that, and then this one. Oh, I need another video. I never did get a good feeling about Marathon. Maybe I would have enjoyed living there more if I wasn't in the Marines. That's entirely valid because it's like you're there for work or you're there for you know, like what are you here for? Work or pleasure, you know? 3 more days. 3 more days. Yippee! And Bungie stole art. Yeah. Yeah, Bungie's new game Marathon just straight up blatantly stole art. And it has the artist logo in it, which is insane. Companies stealing art. I want older ones though. I want other ones, which is going to be hard to find. That's insane. It happens more often than you think. I want to find other ones. This game has been stealing designs. Bungie Marathon fucked up. It's happened before too. It's really a mask at work. I'm looking forward to it. No, you should look forward to it. Be as hype as your kids are about it. Hi, Zoe. Let's do like 2023. Sure, I'm sure there's some. In June 2023, Bungie developer Destiny 2 admitted to using artist artwork for a stream for their Lightfall expansion without permission. Agreed artist. No, it's another Bungie one. God damn it. Remember, murder and founded opinion, even if. What? Sugar pink, lick lips. Capcom resolved. Well, not strictly art theft. Capcom faced a lawsuit in 2021 that was later resolved, alleging the use of copyright photos with permission of engagement. Murder is frowned upon. Oh, murder is frowned upon even if it feels right. They aren't worth it. Got it. Monday, more like Monday. Got him. Hi, Banks. Hi. Hi, happy Monday, buddy. Let's see. I like to remind my students that they, however bad they think they can be, I can be much worse. I will be their problem. Make the shoes wet. Make their socks wet. So, bubblegum bitch. I'm gonna be a bubblegum bitch. I want to find more articles on this because this isn't the first time that this has happened. Huh, but it's only gonna show me the Bungie one because the Bungie one is the most recent one. Stealing copyright infringement cases. Art theft cases. This can't keep happening. I know. I'm trying to find more about it. 2020 reports emerged of a game art being stolen and sold as NFTs without the artist's consent. Specifically, an automated NFT tweet mining bot named Tokenized Tweets was identified as a primary source of that's in the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. At centered of many reports is the theft of NFT. I mean, this is also very common. But I wouldn't be against using this article as well. I wish it wasn't highlighted, though. I just want it to be normal text. There you go. Oops. God dang it. Alright. There you go. Alright, that's good enough. Okay, so video edit. No, it would be in videos. I think this is like the first heated video I've ever done. No, that's a lie. I did a heated video before when I was talking about naming conventions, but I think this one is a broader topic that, like, if it gets talked about, it's like, I might get a cease and desist, but I don't care. You wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't steal a handbag, you wouldn't steal someone's art, would you? This isn't a non-common occurrence. Many art thefts have happened in the past. However, the audacity of it from another AAA... From a AAA studio... A AAA studio baffles me. I should just do... AAA studio baffles me. I know quite a few people on here who create video games, and even I went to school to create 3D assets for video games myself. Oh, nothing. No. I have to hide something. I don't know if I have this in my pictures. It might be on my phone. I might have to send it to myself. I have to send it to myself, I think. I've always found it worse that NFTs add literally nothing to art, just use artwork to make money without adding value. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's fucking stupid. And I hate it. I have to send this somewhere else because I don't want it to get accidentally put somewhere else. Okay. Oh, what's this time to me? Do I have none of my graduation pictures? I'm gonna cry if I have none of them on my phone. I'm not actually gonna cry, but I'll be like, God damn. Did my dad send it in the group chat? they in here? Oh, keep us silent, keep it shy, keep it shy. Oh, keep it silent, keep it silent, keep it silent. Nobody for me. No borders, no clear water. No borders, no clear water. Go board. I don't think I do. What the hecky? Who do I have it on Facebook? No, I don't. Why don't I have any of my graduation pictures? Frick. Frick, chat. Frick. Anxiety keeps on trying me. How do I not have any of them? I have them nowhere. Do I really not have any of my... I think I just didn't care. I'm gonna be honest. I'm like, why don't I have any of my graduation pictures? Maybe because I didn't care enough. It's very possible. I don't think I cared enough, chat. No. No. Jesus. Maybe I have it between me and my dad. Dun, 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 dun. Shadow attachments. Oh, I do have one. Yes, I found it, chat. I win. Not to blur my face out of it. There's some times where I do things on the internet, and sometimes I hope it sparks something. I know that might be stupid to say, but sometimes I just hope that it sparks something, and I can be like, hee hee, because like what it would spark is like literally nothing. It literally doesn't matter. To the artist, if it's more than 100, most artists may do 50-50. I prefer all up front, but it again comes down to how the wants to do it. Way to number one. Oh my god, I want to listen to Cantissimo. Oh my god, I love that song. Cantissimo. Save to your like songs, add a queue. I miss sugar pink like all the lips. Actually, I'm not even really like this picture. This wasn't even a good picture. I like one other picture I think that was like better, but on your American dance, oh, wanna be my biggest fan. Da-na-na. Sugar pink lips, everyone else we home, everyone I guess. Sugar pink lips. Oh, maybe I don't. Okay, this is the only one I have. That's all I got, chat. How do I want to do this? Oh, I know how I'm gonna do this. Be a bubblegum bitch. I can't show you guys until I finish it. I'm a star, I'm a star. Wherever you are. star. Do I have a chibi of me that I could put in here instead? I'm like looking at it and I'm like, ooh, I want to use the girls. I don't wanna. Contissimo. Oh, actually, I want to use. Thank you for the cheek pap, Sunny. Oh, did you have fun on Saturday watching the movie? I hope you did. Timo. Contissimo. In my opinion, NFTs are similar as classic art collections where they are used as investment money laundering for anything else. NFTs are definitely yeah, definitely. I would like the thing is about old painting collectors. Old painting collectors actually will buy it from the artists at the very least for what hopes to be a good price. You know? Whereas nowadays people are just you don't even get a physical copy of it. Like, at least with a painting, you at least get the painting. Okay. I think I have to finish screen again. This is me when I graduated. Baby mode, you got it. No problem. Hold on, I have to hide the screen though. I'm too short. Hi! Hi! Do my outfit. There you go. I don't wanna. I did. It was nice to chat. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I like having movie nights. It's me. No. Ready for the best redeem? Which one are we doing? Volume warning? Oh no, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. What's this problem? What? Take your time. Okay. I thought that was more appropriate if I was in this mode when that happened. Pixels walked in and gave me cheese. It tastes really good. I don't know if I've ever had provolone before. Alright, let me go back. Hello, hi Chaotic Kitten. How you doing? Happy Monday. How was your vacation? How's stream going? Pretty good. Pretty good. We're just goofing around a little bit. This isn't new news. New news. I prefer to make content that is informing and fun, but this is a topic I don't hear nearly enough of in the art community. Thank you, Kiwi. It's my brain in terms of hi wacky video games, theft, video games, Bungie marathon, art theft, 3D games, textures. I'm good, but did a Yoda manager went out to a popular spot in my area for like anime merch, and I managed to probably buy the only thing I already own, resell it, maybe. Or you could paint it and give them like a girlfriend, you know? You could have like a blue bulb, a green Bulbasaur, and a pink Bulbasaur. And then they have a girlfriend or boyfriend. Or they're both girlfriends, you know, to each their own. Sounds like you're making a shiny. Yeah, you can paint like a shiny. Okay, I got all that. I got all that. Yay! I'm happy I can think of a good idea. I'm cold. God damn it. It's rained here recently, so the air got colder, and it's making me upset because my body was like internalizing summer, so it wasn't retaining heat as well. Now it's cold, which is great. I think the biggest takeaway from how to conduct yourself in terms of creating art and one. Oh, is this the spin? I haven't tied it to any spin yet because my spin is so fast. But I just kind of did it manually because I thought it'd be funny. But coming back. I'm back. Oh, shit. I clicked the button again. There we go. Oh, my pigtails are gone. There you go. I haven't had enough of my pigtails yet. You guys are gonna get pigtails for a while. What I missed that caused that. Yeah, it was the Pedro. Pedro. I was thinking, oh my god, when I was in the car, I was thinking, because I went shopping today, for those of you that don't know, I was thinking of making a vocal stem. A vocal stem redeem. And what it'll do is it'll randomize, and then it'll just pick, like, I'll put, like 20 vocal stem audios in, like, a folder. And then randomly it'll just choose one and it'll be called vocal stem and you can make lane stem. I don't know how to make that happen, so I'm gonna DM my roommate this idea, but yeah. Would it be possible to make a Sammy thing? Pick a random audio from a folder of audios as a redeem. Alright, and then I gotta post stuff now because it's posting time. It's posting time. I uploaded that today, so ignore that video because I made an oopsie. Today is the get in the shower audio. So if any of you like Epic, you better get on this video. Because y'all put me on it. I'm gonna post it on the Discord too. Get in the shower. This is a meme my community held me at gunpoint to make. So I hope you enjoy. Also, please take a shower. You smell. And then we'll do this one, and then Twitch clips, Epic the musical, and then get in the water. I think it is a hashtag as well. Yep. Get in the water. I don't know what. Wait, I wanted that one. At the country. And then I'm just gonna listen to it, make sure. I'm so upset. I'll be honest. I was tweaking about this. Hi, Oso. Hi. work is going good so far. Hopefully I can copy the link. I'm gonna put it in the board. Milk in the shower. Yeah, I posted it in the board. Shop online and food. What type of soap do you use? I managed to finish a good part of my edit. In the end, I just need a good theme to set the mood. I believe in you! Oh my god, it's gonna be so good. I'm excited for you. Got last Friday night. Oh, I gotta do this on here too. Fuck! Last Friday night. Cool, that fixed that. I just need the answer was the Kirby OST. It always is if could you send that to me? I'd love to hear it. I like songs for chaos because I need more meme songs. Did someone message me about that? I feel like someone messaged me about that. Yeah, Noble did. Last few days have been like a dream. Sure thing, you probably heard it. I'll probably have, but I'd love to know, like, just like, I'd love to associate it with a name. I forgot last Friday night. Last Friday night. Dipping in the dark. Thank you, Oso. Also, can I say, why does 90% of my chat have cute accents? I don't have an accent. Why do you all get to have an accent? Huh? 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 I gotta talk to you, some of you guys on Saturday, and most of you guys have an accent, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm jealous. It's not fair. Why do I have, it's just not, that's what, you gotta keep, okay, Sunny, stop. Listen, Pixels, I had this debacle when I was high last night, and Pixels was like, well, you have an accent too. I'm like, yeah, but no one's like, oh, look, it's an American accent. You know, people are like, ooh, look, it's a Russian accent, or ooh, look, it's a no one like, Argentinian accents are cool too, though. It's literally every other accent other than American is cool. And I'm sitting here like, god damn, all my chat be sounding amazing. And I'm just like, I have no accent. You just sound cute. I sound like a chihuahua. You put your accent like a queen. Aw, thanks, Oso. Okay, well, I guess. You have to live your... Fuck! No one's gonna take me seriously. Fuck. And it's okay. I just realized that a lot of you have accents, and I was like, whoa, that's cool. Oh, shit. I have to make an icon, I think, on my desktop. There's a thing that I have. So if I do this, which is another version of us turning our screen off, I have little icons, and I need to make one, like, up here for all my mods. Like, Devourings is gonna be, I'm gonna make a hint. Devourings is gonna be, like, like, history channel one, but it'll be D for Devouring. I'll put an eyeball in it or something. And then I'm gonna have Pixels be one. He'll be like an art program, I think. And then I'm gonna have Sim, and his is gonna be an IT guy one. And then I'll probably make one for Zodi. I just don't know what Zodi's will be yet. Also, yeah, I can share you my progress so far if you want to leave me any tips and stuff. Honestly, you'd be leaving me tips likely, but yeah, go for it. I'd be happy to. There's actually quite a few like video editing people in the community. Noble and Andrea Lunaris, one of my besties. They also create video edits that are really good. So definitely. I mean, if you just want to DM it to me, that's also cool. But yeah, those are some of the people in our community that also do video editing, and I adore them a lot. Do I need anything else for this video? Am I taking a break to do... Am I about to take a break to do the other thing? Probably. I'm gonna take away from this. Just conduct yourself. I think I need a few more things, but let me look at this. Similar example from another document. This selects a random video from photo. If you change the file and send it to MP3, you could set it up just so you have the file's name. In the selected folder, of course, you could change it from video or audio to something. This example uses it as an OBS, but you just need to change it to play a sound command instead of and use the file name. Cool. Above to do what I'm thinking. Anxiety. Hell yeah, I can leave the drive link in the board if you want. It does have my name on it, but I don't really know it. Yeah, as long as you're okay with it. I'm like, it's totally like your thing. I think I should make like a different type of fridge. I feel like, cause like I want to have an area I think where it's like, well, no, just put it in the fridge. Yeah, put it in the fridge. Oh my god! Oh my god! I just had an amazing idea. Okay, so we're gonna have the fridge. This is for if you want to show me like art or something. But we have a lot of people in the community that do food stuff, and I'm gonna do the oven. The oven. Oh shit. Great channel. No fridge. Movie club quotes. Anxiety. Don't join me. That way I can drool at all the food. And then have food, want to share, post here. There we go. Because when I'm thinking of the fridge, I want to put people's art up on the fridge and put them on like magnets and stuff. So that's what I think about with the fridge. And then the oven, can we get trash can for ship posts? Okay. Yeah, well, you can have a... Wait, can we should change the vibe zone to that, actually. I was gonna say, that's like the deep freezer. But I like the word the board, deep freezer, oven. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's okay for now. Border. Okay. So this is gonna be import from JSON. What do you mean? Copy. Import from JSON? Okay. This man will pick a random number 1 to 10 and change the media source to play cards for enemy to. I will scrummage through these words before. Well, with the deep freezer, you know, it's got all the frostbitten food, you know? Okay, we're gonna do this really quick because my brain wants me to do this. I'm gonna be distracted until I do this. Play. Okay, so we're play variable. Play video. Videos. Lounge could be the living room. Yeah, that's what... If anybody has, like... Because I don't want to have, like, too many checks. Frostbitten him. I don't want to have, like, too many things. It's, like, hard because it's the Milk Club, but it's a home. So it's, like... I don't really know how to organize it, really. Because we have the studio. And then we have the activities and then media. Oh, maybe... Oh... Oh, okay, wait. This should go on top. Live zone, the clippings. This one should go here. And then I think maybe we change this to just the milk club. And then we could just have like rooms in here. So we have the pillow fort, the comfy couch, and then the deep freezer, the board. So these should all be like rooms. They should all be like rooms named after rooms. So we have the lounge, and then we have the fridge, the oven. The movie club would need to move to Milk Club Media, I think, because it's a media share thing. So I would move that there. And then the board is also one of those. So the board's going to go at the bottom, keep current permissions. And then I'm changing this to, or the Milk Diaries. Milk Diaries. And this is where we put all the quotes. So the Milk Diaries is the quotes channel now. Did someone say something funny? Or you just want to quote them for blackmail? Post it here. Hi, Quetza! Hi, love. Milk Club. Okay, we have the fridge, we have the oven, we have the Milk Diaries. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Because that's whatever. This is whatever. It's hot. What degree is it? Here it's like 60 degrees. Hi, Moira. Hi, baby. My cat's in my office. I didn't expect her to be in here. Hey. And I saw a car catch fire. Good lord. What the fuck? I think live notifs need to go there. Club clippings, movie club. This is all like media stuff. This is not really like, we're not talking in here. This is just you posting media. Like whether it's of club, yeah. And then I think, so it should be live notif, schedule, info at top, greeters post, and then Minecraft info. It's only 75, but it feels gross. Or is it humidity or something? That would be understandable if it's like humidity. I'm curious about something. Can I copy this and put them in here? No, I can't. What about like idle ones? Pop your bubblegum high. Ah, fuck. Channel name. Discord channel name. Compatible emojis and spacers. Native copy paste. No custom emojis. Space Unicode? I have a question. Little boy, it does work that way. Probably? Oh, it didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. Fuck. American dance. Oh. Type of song I've been playing while fighting for. Hell yeah. Oh, it didn't work. Discord channel. Discord chat channel name space. Oh shit. This one's even thicker, dude. I love you now. Okay. I took it as a play on playing Bubblegum Blonde. The only thing I imagine is kissing. Hot kissing. We already listened to the song. I think I need a thicker jacket or something. Anywho, Elaine, I took you back for my sister's wedding dinner. Very eventful night. I hope you loved it. I hope it was fun. Hope you had a great time. I think I want Lollipop Chainsaw Coded, yeah. Okay. Give me announcements, info, line notif. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Everyone there got a bit of the first cut of cake. Yum! I want to be invited to more weddings. Okay, we have the chair. Then if someone refused, they got cake. Valid. It's like a lounge. And they got cake on the floor of the restaurant. That's okay. I'm sure they expected it. Lounge. Ooh, will this work? Or is this one weird? Sometimes Discord will do black and white images. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, yes, it did work. Yes! No, it's a black and white image. Fuck! Me.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Hello! How's it going? Hi, Ghosty! I'm trying to make my Discord cute. How you doing? I don't like that it turned into something I don't want it to be. The chair stay? The chair stays. Okay, I guess we have chair. I don't know what to make it. It was vanilla cream cake! Oh, that sounds so yummy. This is not a seedy place. The disrespect. This is not a seedy place. This is a cool place. Dirt. A rock. I like the rock. Can I have the rock? That's not a rock. That's a chair. I'm good, dear. How are you trying to make your Discord cute? Yeah. If you have any recommendations, feel free to. I'm just kind of organizing it a little bit. So we have announcements, and then we have the club clipping that's also like just media. So if you guys want to send me memes, if you guys want to send me things about other VTubers. I'm hyper now. 2 pints of cola and having a big slice of cake is a sugar overload. Hell yeah! Just don't forget, it's fine to have a sugar over, it's fine to have a lot of sugar, just as long as you remember where the piss corner is. Rad Rally, do you remember where the piss corner is? Do you remember? I'm not having you pissing all over the place. You better remember where that piss corner is. This place is so seedy. I heard Kiwi talking about monster fucking like it's an art form. Everyone here thinks it's an art form. I don't think that's special. We're gonna do a star. The piss purse. Yeah, you remember piss corner is on my radar. Always good. Good. I don't want you having pissing in the wrong spots. Okay, we have the lounge, the fridge, and then like oven. Food. What food do I want to use? I'm gonna use like a burger. Yeah, burger. 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 Copy. That's gotta go on the stem list. Burger. The piss drawer is full. Ew! Who be pissing in the drawers? Don't be pissing in the drawers. Okay, oven and the milk diaries and then the deep freezer, which has the wrong icon next to it. Talks about pissing in the corner right after. That doesn't make it seedy. That makes it sanitary. You should know this. You used to live through the Black Plague, you old fuck. Sorry? Me? Oh, it's okay. Well, I guess, Noble, I guess. We never established the piss corner with you, so I guess it's alright. This doesn't need an icon, because it's a voice channel. Voice channels don't have icons. Actually, voice channels should have icons. Lick a lips. I can use fonts on Twitch, can you? Oh, you can! I'll just make humans salt. You don't. You don't. Cowabunga. League of Legends, that's valid. I don't know that piss corners were sanitary. Well, the fact is just like some animals, we have an area to go to the bathroom. We don't mix the food area and the place where we eat and the place that we piss are two separate places. If they were just one spot, you know, it would be very, very disconcerting. Actually, can't we get toilets? There's an outhouse. We live in a barn. We live in a barn and I'm poor. That's the big things, is that we live in a barn and we're poor. Balls, I like that. Fancy balls. Be my biggest fan. We got a barn, we live in fan. Yeah, this is where we live. Oh, wait, shit, hold on. I didn't do the thing, did I? Here we go. This is where we live. It's the second floor of where we live, but we live here. I don't like that it's an icon. I just wanted a moon symbol. Such a potty mouth, always and forever. You can never stop me. Moon Unicode. Forthright. Over and over and over and over and over again like deja vu. Nobody loves you like I do. Who you so cute, I think I wanna build my butt like a cashew. Can I live under the floorboards of the walls? You can live wherever you want, BB boy. Hi, Vexed! Hi! I was just thinking about you the other day. How you doing? At the country club, I wanna make I go now. Nice seeing you. The rat loves you always and forever. I will protect your dream, rat godfather. Thank you. Have a lovely rest of your day, night, or evening, rat or rally. Thank you so much for stopping by. We love you so much. Okay, I think this is good. I'm good. I've had an insane week. I crashed my car. Oh my god, but you got okay. So somewhat of an equivalent exchange. You got into the college that you wanted, but also you crashed your car. So to each their own, I guess. Does the Discord look okay? Rip off your shirt and bite your shoulder. 7, 8 at the country club. I drive. You were driving? Are you okay? Holy shit, are you okay though? Wait, high key, you good? Are you okay? I don't drive, and that's exactly why I don't drive. I don't trust myself. Alright, well, I gotta make this stim thing. Over and over and over again like deja vu. I'll go in sound clips. It's been hell of a week. Wishing you the best, bro. Yeah. Oh, wait, the week's only just started, guys. Wait, babies, my loves. No. Vocal stems. Today's pickup line. Hey, I got you some coconut lip balm. I have pineapple. Want to make a pina colada? Ooh, I like it. Oh god, it just started. Yeah, are you okay? I bought my car with my dad last week to replace the one I crashed 4 months ago. Ooh, what kind of car did you get? Is it nice? What color is it? Okay, I gotta look up vocal stim meme audios because I don't know all of them. Nice balls, bro. What the fuck? Bro, I'm not gonna be able to remember all these. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. We're gonna... Ouch. Yeah. Uh... Now that I'm doing this, my brain is like, what things do I say? Friends. What the fuck? It's also old as fuck. It needs some serious TLC, but its engine seems to be in decent condition. Top coat is paint and peeling. That means it's got character. It's got character. Okay. Okay, I've confused myself already. What the fuck? Is that a cabbage? Big cabbage. And the inside will need tears, but it will be my baby. I have plans. I might paint it myself. That'd be epic. You should. You always nice to see you. Local file. Okay, so I have to copy file path. Copy file as path. This was copy this, paste it. And then do this. Local file. F Steam SoundCloud vocal stem, and then backslash, and then play this, and then I think I delete this one. Thank you for the lark. Save, and then if I run it. JSON string is wrong in test B command source change setting number 2. Huh? Is it because these have to be forward slashes? It's very possible. And so someone sent me something and I'm gonna share it to you. Okay. No source found in the media source. Oh yeah, because there's nothing in there. I'm stupid. Alan, smiling friends. Alan, what the fuck? Alice. Did it download? Oh, it downloaded the wrong place. Okay. What? Okay, let me just rename this to this then. No source was found. Media source? Okay, I'm gonna alert because I need a rest. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Thank you, Ghosty. Have a great rest. What is this? Boop, boop, boop. No! 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 God damn it. No. Okay, studio mode. Could I just do it in Hub? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Hold on. Just check settings. No media source. I'm so sorry, little one. Damn, wacky sabotage, and you don't even want to let them rest. Wait, what am I doing? Source? What source does it need to be? Similar expression. If you have an extension in the selected folder, but of course you need to change it from video or audio to something. The example uses an OBS, but you have to change it to play sound. Oh. Play sound effect. Wait, I'm confused. What? BRB sounds good, Vexed. I have blessed the oven with this. Oh, yippee! Hi, baby. Do you want to come on? Come here. It's warm. Come here. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Maybe you should accept the sabotage. I mean, you could take a nap. You could lay down and watch it. You could watch it on your phone. You could, that way you are resting and watching Kung Fu Panda. And all in fairness, the table will turn when the king comes back with a mech suit. Oh yeah. Sorry, my cat is in the way of my face tracking right now. Come here. Come here. It's nice and warm. Yeah, I know you want to sit in my lap. Come here, baby. You have to wait the 20 years it takes for her to nestle in. Because I think sometimes she's an old woman in a baby's body. Aren't you? Aren't you? Call it Kung Fu Panda and chill. Y'all be boning? Oh my god. Some example from the documentation is random video. If you change the extension to MP3, you can set it up. Just need the files, name, video one. And select a folder, but of course you could change it from an audio. The example it uses OBS, but you could change it from to play sound command instead and use a file name. What? No bones here. Damn. How do I? I don't understand. On the shit. I'm confused. Play? Audio. Why is it not working? The editor post says skadoosh. Damn, that's crazy. Media source. I'm confused. Source name thingy and the code. Excuse me. Okay, let's go more vocal stems. Oh, the shit. Desmond. Okay, I need more vocal stems. Guys, do you have any vocal stems? I can't remember all of them. Yippee! I mean, who knows what might happen when Jack Black's speaking such sweet words. That's valid. Yippee! Quetza. Oh my god. I am Steve. What the dog doing? Let's do that one. Room, room, mom in me mom's car. That's a good one. What the dog doing? Save. Let's do mom in me mom's. Help me, car. Aww. Oh, okay. Let's time over. We'll miss you, Quest, but we'll be here when you're done. Bwomp. What's this? Get you little cuties. Bye, Quetzal. We love you. I'm trying to find more vocal sims. La 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 lava. We're gonna do lava chicken. Lava chicken. I don't want the whole thing. Chicken. Ooh, lava chicken is tasty as hell. Ooh, mama, yeah, you're ringing the bell. Okay, this one. Lava chicken. We have to do chicken jockey. Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey. I'll leave in 3 minutes as not to raise suspicion. I like that you guys are having your inner monologues out loud. Look. Oh yeah, look at all those chickens. Free Shavakadu is a good one. Chickens. Yep, I found it. Look at all those chickens. Free Shavakadu is a good one. Free avocado. I don't know how to spell avocado. Avocados from Mexico. Free Shavakadu. There we go. It does the whole thing. I don't want the whole thing. I just want the free Shavakadu part. I don't want the whole free Shavakadu. Like, I just want vocal stem audios. I just want a list of them. I wish there was a list. My wife pointed out someone said someone in the church choir sounded like Patrick, so maybe a oh yeah, no, this is Patrick. That's a good one. I'm actually going. I need tea. Have a good tea time. This is Patrick. Got that dog. That dog. That dog. Goodbye, guys. I'm leaving because of a. Yeah, oh, sounds good. What dog? Okay, pet that dog. Pet that dog. What's another one? I guess I gotta look up Vines because I think a lot of my audio sims are from Vine. Shrek. Let's do Shrek ones. Ah! Ugh! Do the roar. I didn't do the roar. Oh, fuck yo, chicken strips. That's a good one. Watch your profanities. Okay, we have to do the other one where it's like chicken strips. I can play it for you guys. It's just a bit loud, so I'll turn it down for this one. Watch your profanities. Where's the profanities one? Oh my god. Watch your. There it is. Jimmy's mom. I don't know if I stimmed that one as much. What else do they have? I see you in church beside the altar. LeBron. Okay. Oh my! Drop my croissant. 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 What else? I just want. Hot milk. It's hot milk. That one I don't verbal stim. That's not a verbal stim. 21. 21. Oh, I spelled 20 wrong. 21. 21. What else we got? La da 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 da. Science, bitch. That is a good one. I thought. Oh shit! I thought that was from. I like it when Walter says Jesse. What up, biatch? Is it the let me in one? Let me in! Let me in! What other, I don't know, it's so hard to, oh, Krusty Krab pizza for you and me. Krusty Krab pizza. Oh, what the fuck? Let's just do SpongeBob. I feel like I have a lot of SpongeBob ones. My leg is a good one. My leg. I need it. Who wasn't about one? How to beat my meat? What the fuck? Man, mayonnaise? Is mayonnaise an instrument? Oops, that's the wrong one. Pornography. Putting chicks inside of me. They might only count to 4. They don't. Yeah, they don't. What else? I guess I'm ugly goo. r/autism, here you go. Krusty Krab pizza. They really not have Krusty Krab pizza though. Krusty Krab, they do. You put the weed in the coconut, like that shit. That one I want to keep because I like that one. And you light that shit up. Pikmin. Ikudayo. Is this? Do I do this one? What about? That's like Miku Beam. The Odysseus what? I don't do that one as much. Pussy! I want to do that one so bad, but that one's not gonna work. Fuck. Bone crack, baby laughing. Oh, that's my purse. My purse. That one's a good one. That's my purse. I don't know you. That's my purse. Kiwi, you're amazing. Categories? Memes. Wait, categories? Music, politics, pranks, sound effects, sports, I didn't know that this was a thing. Viral? Ooh, I don't want to use viral. Let's do memes. What it would look like with sound effects, just change the sound path file to whatever you're storing and just add audio. Save, okay. Can it be an MP4 instead? And too deep. Pues en bonkers. I don't know what else. You need a clip from the new banger, Taking Waterdeep by Storm, Drow Sex Dungeon. That would be fun if we went back and clipped that. If those kids could read, they'd be Hi, I'm Jared. I'm 19 and I never learned how to read. And that one's a pretty good one too. First name Mario. Oh yeah, the brother. Ew. Yeah, brother. Ew. I like chocolate milk. Oh my god, from Foster's cheese, yeah. I like chocolate milk. No, I'm here waiting for you. Wee. PETA, the horse is here. PETA, the horse is here. We need chowder ones. We do. Chowder. Please. Oh, pretty, please. Beat the ladies off with a stick. Ladies off with a stick. Chowder vocal stems. Ladies. Hey there. Hey you there. Do you need a jork in your peanut? I don't know if there's a like a thing for that one. Hey you there. Would you? Oh my god! Last night I dreamt. I dreamt. Do they have that one? Please tell me that. No, I want the one where he's like, one time I dreamt you were. Chowder. Last night I dreamed. Rada would be a good one. Rada. What do you mean? Okay, I'll have to get that one. Okay, we're gonna download this one. We're gonna change the folder. Sound clips, vocal stems, save. And convert it to an MP3. I know I won't be leaving you. The fuck? The fuck? I don't know what that did. Chowder. Rada. I just want him going rada. Rada. I remember that one episode where they gave him a voice. I was like, oh shit. I don't like that there's none on here. That's cool. I think I can do it with shutter encoder. Rada. I don't want the whole thing. Can I not have like a 5-second snippet of him just saying rada. Chowder rada sound clip. You gonna play it? Keeping you up. Where are these ones saving to? Nah, the whole. Oh fuck. Oops. Type. I'm putting it in the wrong folder. There you go. Keeping you up at the right time. I'm going ghost. Ooh, that one's a good one too. Cool. I want the future one. Me and my mom used to meme about Chowder being like, the future. The future. What the fuck? Chowder future. Keeping you off at the right temperature. Gay. Nobody has it. That means I'd have to actually go into the video. Mom. Uh-oh. Download. Needs to go in the right folder because I keep putting these in the wrong folder. Wait, is this the right one? Oh wait, I'm thinking of Going Dark, aren't I? I guess. I don't like that it has other audio. It makes my cousin mad. Love it when he yells panini. That is valid. I like it when he says please. There's a one, okay, I wouldn't do this one, but I stim this one sometimes. It's Chowder when he says pretty please. After he says pretty please like that, he says pretty please. And he does it for like a long ass time in the show. And I used to do that to my mom all the time. Let's do movies. Nah. Hi B. Yeah. And you want to find the right temperature. What's this one? All of our food keeps blowing up. Huh, mommy. I used to do that one to my mom. I did that one earlier, technically. I fell asleep. Did you sleep well? Brain rot alarm. Hey, what's up? I'm still a piece of garbage. One more. But maybe this is okay. Milky banana. What is this? We got 100. Oh, that was like one of the first ones I did. Don't you worry. We got chicken jockey. I mean, I slept for long enough not to wake up for dinner, so I mean, you slept good then, you know? That's the important part. What other vocal stim memes are there? Vocal stim memes. Engines. Dr. Pepper. That one's a pretty funny one. What's this one? Do not come to me. My Shayla! What's this one? The claw! Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah! And then he's building a wall. Did you get any laundry done? Not yet. Not yet. Oh, who are you? What are you doing in my house? I'm a man. Wait, no, what is it? Oh yeah, the Amanda one. Looking. No, I want this one. The vocal set was like, who are you? Hi, I'm Amanda and I'm 6. It's that one. Who are you? Amanda, I'm 6. That one's a good one. Not all of these are good vocal stems. Not everybody's got that 25-year-old autism, I guess. I think that's enough for now. If anybody thinks of any more, let me know though. I think these are all MP3s. Yep. And now we gotta convert them to OGGs. Which I gotta again. Play audio. How many are in here? 24? Oh no, 23. Okay, so can I convert all of these to OGGs? Sound conversion. Digital. Oh god. Nope. No. Bulk conversion to OGG. Right? This one didn't have it, I think. What happened to your life? What happened to your life? Alright, we'll do this one. Anything. Oh, I can only do 2. Stupid. Yeah, Father Help is another one that I want, actually. Father Help. Premium required. What? You can't do more than 5 files at a time. What? I say, is this real chat way too often? No, that's valid. Can't convert more than. What do you mean? That's foobar. Transfer audio player. To the baseline. That's true. That is true. Pensions, license. As well. Actually. I'm confused. I don't actually know what I'm doing. I get for 2020 hindsight. Then I understand. Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me. You feel love as well. Oh shit, VLC can do it? Hi Shadow, thank you for the head pat. My brain is trying to figure out how to do a thing I want to do. Tears a prison, beautiful nightmare, nutrition, what I'm given. I'm good, how are you? Audio. Stream. Open. Then how do I do the thingy? Doing all right. Did you have a good work day? Oh, convert.
Elaine, chat would like to express their love for you because you're just so darn cute.
Aw, I love you guys too. Audio Vorbis. Wait for the prison. A nightmare or nutrition. Take what I'm given. Latest decisions. I read her, but maybe I didn't. There we go. Wait. Check. It's weird hearing ability username. Yeah, because I'm mom. That's valid. Okay. Before I get too distracted, okay. There's a few things I need to do. This is okay, and then over here, check. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na. Good old. What about the drink? And I can barely hold on. The edge of the sink, and then I don't know how to drink. You don't want to calm me down. Oh, I never reset this guy. I got myself. Doot doot doot. I understand. And then we do this, guys. And then video editing. Our tips. Save. And then was there anything else that we needed for this? Ah, kit. Okay, yeah, kit bashing. I was thinking an image of kit bashing.
There's a snake in my boot.
There's a snake in my boot. Why didn't you say boot? I didn't hear you say boot. There's a snake in my boot.
There's a snake in my boot.
Mob. I need you to say my boot.
My boot.
Why does it? Do I say it weird?
Huh?
Huh? Looking for the cutie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, bub. Ah! Why you throwing me? Why you throwing me? I'm nothing but a good lass. Kit bashing. I broke it. He just doesn't say boot. I paid my dues. Love is for fools. He just says my boot. He just says it really fast. Save image as. That works. You need to throw as a punishment. You need a quick. Understandable. Understandable. Reference. Like concrete texture.
Booty.
Yeah, like something like booty. Wait, can you say my booty?
My booty.
Yeah, my booty. Okay, at least it says my booty. Save image as. And a total disregard. Okay, so we'd have to go back. Video. Sad artist. I paid my dues. This for fools. Nobody gives a fuck. No, total disregard are the work towards our passions. But sweetless though, yeah. What have you done? Thank you for the wellness check. What have you done? These are your children. I really should be like favoriting one of these. Have you done? Artist. Okay, so now we have an artist, and then we need angry. And a total disregard for artists. I don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow. I love just one voice in the middle. So I best to keep creating original art and take massive dumps on companies. I need a poo. Not so busy. If I go home alone, I live at home tonight. Inside. We feel home. Okay, that's done. Got this one done too. Tonight. My chest is hurting. My feet been caught out of bed. I don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow. Don't set it before again and again. I love her. I love her. Let's do edit dates. Item save. Edit dates. This will be Thursday. Wait, have none of us suggested any of the parody movies like Scary Movie or any of the spin-offs? I think maybe it was mentioned once, but not really. Nowhere to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow. Oh, okay. We had time. I want to do Mal because I've been seeing it around. I love. Oh! I didn't know they follow me. Ah! Oh, my hands are cold. I have an idea, actually. Says I want it all. Yeah, I want to do Mandy. Mandy's cool. So, it made me become too close. And then V stars, we got on the list. Let's do Camilla Bumbit. Why not? Okay, let me add that to here. Save. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do Roll for Fun just next, just because I already have stuff for it. It's guys. Everybody know that you're mine. Video editing. Roll for Fun. The lost glitches will be. The lost glitches is gonna be actually 28. Hello. I can't give on. Even the one. There you go. Oh, the world for you. Is how it always meant. Steam DB. They not have like just a good overall part? Yeah, let's just do this. No, that one's so small. Let's do this one. I don't want it to show the logo because I want the logo to be somewhere else. How can I smile? Surprised that I don't have a media kit. Voice, you don't hear the pain. The fuck was this? What did I do? Oh, is that the loading screen? See, maybe the news or something? I like that art. Like, that's been pretty good art. It's just, like, not that crispy, so... Actually, I could look it up on Keymailer. You can be loved. Really was hoping they just have like some still art that I could grab. You see the area for the new Peruvian anime? I have not. What's it called? Images. Copy image. Okay, maybe I can use this one. Yeah, kind of like that. And then... This can go in roll for fun, 28. Oh, wait, no. I don't remember. No, that's valid. If you remember it, or if you see it again later, feel free to DM it to me. Say... I have to redo this. Once in your life, listen to me. That's words of advice. But I wanna turn 33. I'll mention me. I will be. We get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. Perfect. You go in my big mouth. I want to be me. Is that not a lot? Hold on. Okay, so it's that time. Oh shit, I didn't finish this. I need a... My brain, it's so scared. If you hate the fucking... Make a game interactive. Need to load a thing. You see how to look at me. Bridge. I'm too perfect till I open my big mouth. I hate it when I cry unless it's that time of the month. I'll show you that I'm not. I'm here for you and you. Oh fuck. No. Oh godness. It would have been better just to do it this way. Yep. 128. 129. Insert image in cell. This here. Okay, so I'm gonna write it down here just so. Wait. I don't really want to do a bit this week, I think, for this. Because I got the game for free. I get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. Where is it? Okay. Let's just do the line that I do. It's in the third one, right? I got to try this game out for free, including getting some fun packs thanks to Keymailer. It was fun. It's a good a good replacement for my good soother for addiction from when I used to play Hearthstone. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. We should send this to Quetz. I think Quetz would really like this. Ooh, Quetz would love this. Hey, yo. Ooh, I like how they did the hair animation. That was slick. Where is it? I just want to go to the store page. Okay. Oh, my back. Ugh. Oh wait, I think I might just do it like this. The Lost Kitchen is a optimist trading card game with RPG into the unique deck and clever wits to climb the ladder. Hearthstone. There is a lot of info at first, but you pick it up quickly as you play through. Oh my god, we did! How did we forget that one? I'm tired of this. That's too damn bad. Okay. Sound clips, vocal stems, save. And then I have to convert it to an OGG really quick. The times will never be the same. Pin to start. Media, open file. I need this to sort by. What the fuck? Okay, I just had to find it.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa!
That's too damn bad!
Okay, I didn't want it to do that. invert. There you go. Okay, there's a lot of fun, and you pick it up as you play through the tutorial. Just thank you for the wellness check. Oh my god, let me stretch. You guys are really taking care of me today, huh? It means a lot. Thank you. Not only is there epic to check out, but there is also a mushroom deck with adorable art, so that's definitely a plus. I'd like to try your hand, this new deck building game. It's free on Steam. Definitely. We'd like to try it at a new trading card game. It's free on Steam, so you'll definitely want to add it to the deck of game that you already want to play. Cool. We take this, and then we remove this because now that's done. Really key mailer and what studio is this? Let's say the people that made the Lost Witches. Waiting, let me try out their game with my community. There you go. Go on the end, but it should be easy fix. Save, manual triggers, delete. Also, this is wide. Why are you wide? There we go. Okay, change sound file. Change the sound file path to sounds with the. Change the sound file path? Oh, to sounds? Okay, so I do boop. Sound. Above that, add the new get random file. Get random file. And then set the variable as sound. Some of the days. Say variable. Sound. Oh, guess I don't need this one. Add above a new get file random folder path. Wait, this could be form. So you guys should be just sound. Oh, sound. Oh, thanks. Didn't make any noise. Maybe it needs to be the GG. I guess I'll leave it empty. Okay, that's fine. I don't hear anything. I'm not hearing anything. Hold on. Create button. I did that. Save path as full. Yeah, I just did that. Wait, hold on.
Brother, what's
It did it! Okay. Actually, this shouldn't go here. Copy. Should go here into here. Save. I just need to make a.
No, he's sleeping.
Thank you. It's saved. Delete this guy. Save this guy. This was vocal stem. Now I just need to go into Twitch and then go to power up and channel points. Because Can I Pet the Dog is in there, I want a different save audio. Oh, frick. Let's go here. Save. Let's do this one. Free sound. Save. Can we do like a checkpoint instead? I hear the boop, Sonny. Okay, let's maybe not do that. Let's do save. Let's make it Creative Commons 0. No. No. I can't change the length. Sci-fi robot saying Jesus will save you. Save choir boy. Save recording. I need like a checkpoint then. Checkpoint. I want it to be short. Like an Invader. I don't know why, but I feel like Invader might have a good save. Invader Zim. Huh? I was just like looking for like a game audio sound effect. Oh, picture of us. So you miss me sometimes. Save. Checkpoint. And now I have to go to sound alerts and change it. My alerts. Must give the invasion. Settings, edit media. Can I remove it? Maybe JoJo's to be continued. Oh, that could be a good one. Okay, so I had to delete this one. Save that work. Delete. Sound video, upload. Bing. Save checkpoint. How do I upload it? How do I upload audio? Oh, great. Oh. Open with this one. But even the stars above convert to an MP3. That doesn't look like it's gonna change to an MP3. Browse, stream, save, start, overwrite. What? Oh shit, did I fuck it up? I think I fucked it up. Oh fuck. There you go. Save, check. Media open. I'm learning so much today, chat. Okay, now convert. Save, check. Honest, I will always behave with my power, no power. But I without a civilization. Save, check. Cover the people I love, cause then I get scary, then I get ugly, yeah. You know, problem when I'm the equation. Presence, motive, observations. I'm not new here, creation. I'm in. I can do the fart alert now. There's a Twitch thing I want to do where instead of voice clips it would be what the fuck, it would be farts. So instead of focusing, it's farts. I should. I should get a GIF for this, but I don't have one right now. Emotes. I'm gonna be great. It's time to not just being honest, yeah. So yeah, I guess.
Oop, I have to fart.
Yeah, maybe Poot can be the one that's like, it's one of like many farts. Because what is it? That's Druid. What the fuck? Where is it? Where did they? I never closed it, did I? Where did it go? Well, essentially, Druid sent me like 20 fucking fart audios that her community gave her. and I want to use them. And so I think I'll do that. What are you waiting for? What's ending here? What's ending here? Oh, I'm so confused. Why am I so confused? A, B, C, D, E. There you are. There you go. But like, oh shit. Oh, you can't see it. But we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 farts in there. One of them's a really long one. So I might do that as well. While we're here. Yeah, farts. I gotta go get Taco Bell. Can you get me some chicken nuggets, please? Ah! Oh! I want some chicken nuggets. Goes like this. You get in your car and you think the kiss. Habelgood Lorcan. Oh, I gotta check. Redeem. There we go. I like that. I gotta edit the icon color though. And also I'm gonna do something different with these. But I will do that in a little bit. What the fuck? 28, 56, 112. Save. I'm gonna change the colors of a lot of things. Yeah. Vulnerable. Change. Like this. I'm waking up. It goes like this. My alerts, channel points. Remove, delete, and do that one. This will now be vocal stem. Running with one of a random audio. It has like 25 audios. Save. Not save because it's gone. It did. Okay, it's fine. Vocal stem. Vocal stem. This. Play a random. We'll make a lane. Vocal stem. An exclamation point, and then enter amount will be 1,000. Save, and we'll keep that there for now. And then I will fix the other things later, and I'll do the fart one. Now that I know how I can do it, I can do it. Biff emotes is still something we need to do. Create, rando, put, redeem, and then fix color coordination for Twitch reviews. It's a part of your story, one that I can never live. Find me again. And you're out of sight in my mind. Okay, so we got those done. So let me do them for this. See, video editing, roll for fun. I got the hard ones out of the way for me, mentally at least, done. Which is nice. Okay, now let's do vibe and shine. Okay. I go here, video editing, happy talk. Dinosaur soup hamster. Dinosaur soup hamster. Dino soup hamster. Yeah, dino soup hamster. And so we'll do dino first. Another dino. I have to mute the browser again. Okay. Forget my name. Okay. Not tomorrow. Sweet. Change. You can borrow. Okay, let's start with a dinosaur. Before you can show with any more, video editing, vibe and shine this one. Okay, nope. 19th to the 25th. And then I actually might change the font of this to this one because I like this one a lot. Screenshots. Here we go. You at all? No, you. Did I download it yet? Ooh, there's one more thing I have to download here. Take my love away from me. me that recognizes you. Do you feel it too? 21. Oh, there's some comments I needed to reply to as well. Dinosaur. Open up the door. Can you open up the door? Who's looking for? Open the door. I'm sure you don't open the door. Oh, thank you. Later. Oh, we need to download more VODs. Highlight. Download. That's all downloaded. But I didn't grab the thing of the soup. No soup. Nope. No, I love to get high on my lows. Fuck around and lose control. Highness, slow now, slow now. You know, love to get high on my lows. Every time I talk, I choke. Explodes now. You know, I love to get high on my lows. Every time I talk, I choke. One save close. Insert image and cell. There you go. No. 21. Oh shit, yeah, the other thing. But wait. I don't know, I just don't know. Dinosaur. Fossil. Alright, go all night. Yeah, you know, I love to get how much. I lose control. Slow down, slow. You know, I love to get how my lows. Every time I talk, I choke. Starting this week, we get let me look at a very well kept fossil of a everybody. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well too, Oceanic. You're the best. How are you doing? Ankylosaurus. Okay. How do you say that? Please just say it normally. No, I don't want to know what he sounded like. There's no way he sounded like Ankylosaurus. Yeah, it's Ankylosaurus. Yeah, finished Japanese finals, so now I can rest for 2 weeks until summer semester starts. I believe in you. Do you have any fun summer plans? I know 2 weeks isn't a lot, but you could do some fun stuff. Starting this week, we get a lovely look at a very well-kept fossil of an Ankylosaurus. Hold on, I just kind of want to look it up. Try to put collabs during the 2 weeks? Hell yeah, what games do you plan to play? Face. Also found Canada. Again. Oh, what the fuck? Holotype specimen. Repo, mark card, probably something else. I don't know yet. Valid. Valid. Which reminds me, brain. Borealotopia meeting Northern Shield is a genus of Anosaurid ankylosaur from the lower. Oh shit. So I send you the friend request? Yeah! Add me. Starting this week, we get a lovely look at a very well-kept follow of ankylosaurs. Specifically, from the lower I'm gonna have a look. Man, those words were hard to say. But hey, if you're in, I think Canada, right? That's where it comes from. Canada? Or is it being held? The Trail Museum of Paleontology. Is that in Canada? Alberta? Yeah, in Canada. Hey, if you're in Alberta, Canada, you could see this fella today over at Canada. You could see this fella today at the... Okay, there you go. Good lord. Words are hard and my wrist hurts. I actually kind of want to look up fossil video. I wonder if they have one without words. Okay, you have a terrible video. Okay, cool. Yippee, accept. Yippee. I'm much more enthusiastic than that little guy. Oceanic, but you know, it was the first yippee gif I saw. Words are hard, but I'm harder to see. I'm harder seeing it. Ah! Hey man, you should go take care of that. You should take care of that. If you're hard all the time, you should take care of it. Cause what if you get prostate cancer? And also, don't come back next week. I need you now. Come hang out with me now. Got this very fluffy. I gotta look at the video. What the fuck? Fluffy hamster that honestly, what leads to cancer? Oh no, not jorking it. I think if you don't jork it and you're just hard and you blue ball yourself, it can lead to cancer. That's why you shouldn't. That's why No Nut November is bad. I think being hard for longer than 4 hours. Yeah, see, it's bad. It's not good for you. It honestly looks like how I do when I first got. The little baby is so adorable, though. Let me know if you have ever had a hamster before. What were their names? Oh yeah, jorking at least 7 times a month helps with prostate cancer. Yeah, but don't jork it too much. Don't jork it. If you jork it too much, that's also a problem I've heard. So I'm immune to cancer. You're immune to prostate cancer. You're not immune to all cancer. Abuse the peanut. Don't abuse the peanut. Somebody may need somebody may, be jiggy with it someday, so don't break it. Don't break it. Did I download last Thursday? Last Thursday was the 15th. I think I canceled that one. VODs. 15th. Jork it to a moderate degree. Yeah, jork it to a moderate, healthy degree. Mildly spicy. Yeah, only mildly. You don't want to have the shits on the toilet for a week, you know? Did I finish this? I didn't. Finally this week we as a parting gesture of this week, we got Jay letting us know that if any of them bitches be that if you got any worries, to throw them into your soup. You should really hear it from the main. Is it a guy? Musician Digital Count Cherry Tree out now. And from the main creator themselves. Check them out as they give the best advice and make pretty great music. Alright. Dinosaurs, hamsters, and soup, oh my. We got a good variety of friends and vibes. So, and then we do the ads. You go down just like Holy Mary. Mariana Cross. Not just another Holy Mary. Mariana Cross. Okay, that's all done. My cross, he never ever scares me. Okay, now to do the big boy ones, which are the VTuber ones. Choose to run away with me. I will tickle you internally. And I see nothing wrong with that. My brain's thinking. Good color for sound effects. Color equal word. Color Word is a website where people collect colors that associate with words, creating a single picture. Oh, that's not what I wanted. What color is associated with SFX? Green? Maybe. Because I kind of want to redo my viewer reward things to be different colors. Channel points. Let's do it this way. Eating seeds is a pastime activity. See this one? I just want to make little color palettes really quick. Okay, that's one. And then, but what would this one be? This one be for Let's just grab colors first. Hair color. Save check, thank you. We don't have anything currently to save, but thank you nonetheless. Let's get some pink. Let's get the gold. Seeds is a pastime activity. Where's the dog? I changed it. Now if you maybe want cap at that dog, you gotta do the vocal stem one now. I'm changing it up. Okay. These could be this color. Why is it not working? Why didn't it do the thing? Why didn't you do the thing? The fuck? Oh, because I didn't tie it. I forgot to edit triggers. Hold on. Twitch channel point redemption. Vocal stem. Save. Oh, it should work. Why is it not working now? Chicken. Ooh, lava chicken is tasty as hell. Ooh, mamacita, ringing a bell. And threw us in a house of mirrors with no way out. No. Wait, how come it didn't work when I clicked it? Hold on.
I like chocolate milk.
There we go. It works now. Like chocolate milk. Save. Ones that interact with me are gonna be this color. Boop. Save. Sound effects will be this color.
I'm in my mum's car.
I'm in me mom's car. Broom broom.
Aww.
Aww. Save.
Croissant.
Croissant. I'll have to change the thingy, but it's working. It is. I'll have to change like the cooldown or something, but we'll deal with it later. I could honestly remove these now though if I wanted to, but I won't. Like the Gwimbly's victory dance, I could have that as a vocal stem as well. I don't feel like we need the help Elaine one anymore. I'll just turn that one off. Changing the model ones could be yellow.
Let me in. Let me in.
Let me in. Let me in. Gotta be perfect. Don't break my walls. It's like a butter yellow. I like that. I can't break my walls. Magnolia. Oh, different color. I want this color. Magnolia. Butter. Butter. Yeah. Butter yellow. Yep. Yup, yup, yup. I don't know what other colors I want to do. Magnolia. Because ones that interact with the stream should be a color. Maybe they should be Twitch purple, actually. We gotta be. It's gotta be perfect. Gotta be. TTS. Wish You Well is an interactive one. Poot. Read me a story. Save. Vocal stem. I think vocal stem should just be. I can make it purple too. And bass. Actually, no, it should be this color. Because it's an audio thing. And then this one's also an audio thing. And then give new item. Would be this color. These two, because they're high prices. What the fuck? Save. Okay, so they're both dark now. Actually, so that way it's the same. Minutes. 2 minutes. Save. I think I'm just gonna remove this one. You know, seed. I don't need no. How is it looking here now? I feel like it's not as cohesive as I wanted it to be. The stinking bass. Dirty stinking bass. You know what? Let's make this one the sound alert ones. Save. Save. What other colors also? One of our colors is brown. It's more of a red. I don't need no coke. I keep on admin. So we have light blue for the daily check-ins. This blue for interacting specifically with me, and then there's ones that interact with the stream. Yeah. Oh wait, this one needs. Stinking face. Dirty stinking face. Save. And give new items. Those are the darker ones. And then, okay, so now the ones that interact with the stream, I want it to be a certain color. Ooh. Interact with stream and the sound alerts, I want to be different colors, actually. Honestly, I'm just offended by the ones that interact with stream. Go, go, let's fly. Up, up, here we go, go. Nobody knows. Let me try this color. Cancel. I want it. Back with the name on it. Scared. Let up, out of here we go. Come with me. There's a world out there that we should see. Close your eyes. I think I can work with that. Up here we go, go. Up here we go, go. Or could you just do a bunch of different blues? I don't really know. I could. Mario. Color palette. How many colors do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. Okay, so this is one of the colors. Place like goes. Okay, we lock this one, and then we know for a fact that we want this color. Look like the way you go, like oh, 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 and then the buddy yellow. I like the buddy yellow. No, hold out there that we should see. I don't like any of these. That green wasn't bad. Let's do this green. Green for oh my god. Interactions, I guess, wouldn't be bad. Save. Save. I've listened to the song way too much. Break. Save. Bullying. Save. Read me a story. Save. And then we just want to change this pink one. Red? Like my eyes? Does this look okay? No, you don't care. Oh, I think this wouldn't be too bad. Wait, what? Uh-oh. I made an oopsie. This would be white. Head up to the sky. Your breath and every time. On the lines. It's white, blue, green. And then do red. Of mine. I don't like those colors. Do this one. I like it like that. So, actually, pick color. This color. Then it's like white, and then I just don't know if I want the green. Let's do like this, like this, like that. I think the green's okay. I think the green's okay. Okay, and then this one. New icon for Twitch redeems. I could just do the other thing really quick as well. Stream. New folder farts. I can just download all the ones. Download here. Boop boop boop. Oops. Save. Okay. This one. What was that one that was on front me? That was. New frame of mind. Make you feel alright. Just gotta edit in sound alerts. Who yet to find? Me, Alex, baby. Welcome to my life. Don't you worry, don't worry, girl. Channel points. Because I was probably so fat and confused. Know what you love. And for something new. Can you choose? What about me? What about me? What about me and you together? Where is it? About me. What about me? About me and you with your points. I think it was like 5,000. Oops. It's that white color. Save. Why? I'd be lying to myself. 215. Put outside moving life. I'm in love and she remains in my life. Media open multiple. Attention. Get hard again. New folder. OGG. These tears. The end of this song. Sort by type. All the time you hear it, I'm already gone. So that's 13. How should I begin you with this life? When there's no one around, they're the one who makes you smile. Now, that should be good. Her birthday is already on my day off. Yippee! When's your birthday? Oh, 626. Hold on, write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. I'm glad you have it off. Do you have any exciting plans? Where is this? Is that so wrong? What? Happy early birthday. Early birthday, I guess. Okay. No. Close. I know I'm getting a second round, so I'll probably be focused on personal time. That's valid. That's valid. Loba. I think that's good. No, I want Vocal Sim to be like a different icon. I'll make it a worm. Make that one a worm. Read Me a Story will be a book. Okay. The Biggie Cheese song! Yeah, dude! I love the song. I did this. I want to do the new icons really quick. Open. I need like a worm. Just a worm. What the fuck do you mean you have sounds for a worm? Ew, 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 ew! That made me very upset. That made me so upset. That made me so fucking upset. Oh my god. I'm so upset. That was so gross. You guys couldn't hear it, but it was just a bunch of wet. It was a bunch of wet noises. Take this one. Where is it? Oh, I have to do it on a new back, a new layer down, a new layer. Wait, and then I gotta untick. It was very just wet and gross. I shielded your guys' ears from it. Don't worry. Oh fuck, I fucked that up. Oh fuck. What the heck? How do I forgot how to size things in this. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna make a one. I can do it. I can do it by myself. Romantic. Okay. And then and just can I do the where's the thingy? I think it'd just be this. This is like a 2. How do you draw a worm? How do I draw a worm? He's gotta work this way though, right? How do you draw? How do you fucking draw a cute worm? A worm intensifies. Does this look like a worm? I don't know how to draw a worm. There's no stabilizer, I think, for this thing. Well, there is. The more you learn. That's like a worm. This is like a worm. Okay, now I'm gonna make a new group. You go in the group. How do you, there we go. Okay. And then needs a bandage. It does. Hold on. It's been so long since I've fucking opened this fucking program. I can just do it like this. I can just guesstimate the bandage color. Okay, it's like that color. And then let's do like a 3. I want it to kind of like come out though. And like here and then like there. Ooh. Like that. Think. I'm not a pixel artist. I don't really know what I'm doing. Okay, so now it should be like this and like this. Wait, then how did I fuck it up here? Because this would have to be like this. I keep fucking it up. How do I keep doing that? Okay, wait. So I want the band-aid to look like it's going like that. When you're feeling alone, do you? But now it's like too much. I did it at a bad angle. Like maybe I'll make it 2. Like that. I kind of want to just stick out a little bit. Like that. Like that. And then like it has, how do I take a, how do I eyedrop a color? This color? New layer. I just want to make it darker. And then I just, so Worm's got the like the little rings on them or whatever. Like that. Would you love me if I were your pixel worm? I would adore you if you were a pixel worm. Wait, no, it's supposed to be angled. Like this. And like this. How the fuck do you draw a pixel art worm? Pixel art worm. Yo, look, theirs is so much cuter. Theirs has a lot more pixels than mine, though. I just want to make a simple worm. You know? Like, I just want a simple worm. I don't want it to be this complex. I just want a simple worm. Does this look like a simple worm? Is this simple enough? Am I trying too hard? Probably. Like, worm. Like. I'm just gonna make this lighter. Does it look like a band-aid, chat? I go, now he's got a little band-aid. I don't know how to draw a worm. Why did I think I could draw a worm? I don't know why I thought I could just, out of my brain, fucking just draw a worm. Honestly. I thought, yeah, like this. But mine's a lot worse. But it's like cute. Your worm looks double circumcised? Damn, okay. You right. Wait, hold on. If I erase this part, will it look better, you think? Like if I erase like this, but if I take this and I just go, I think that still makes it look circumcised. Oh, I'd have to do like a, actually I'd have to do it like this, huh? It's like this. And like that. But like, maybe like the other way, so like this. Yeah! Wait, and then, wait. Elaine doesn't understand. Yeah, it would be like that. Yeah, I think I'm getting it. So then it'd be the same with like this, right? It'd be like boop, 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 boop. Wait, no. ever met her at all. Well, that doesn't work. I mean, that kind of works. Yeah, it's like a little, yeah, and then like this one? Maybe? Yeah, that looks like a worm. Got like a little band-aid. I think I did it. And then I can put like a little eyeball on him. Ew, maybe not the eyeball. Much better. 10 out of 10 worm, thank you. Maybe I could round him out a bit more. Just round him out a bit. A little bit more? Yeah. With my empty nose, with your tippy toes, with no one knows like you. Kisses on both my knees for you. Worm. I think I moved this. I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, now how do I export it? The worm. Export? I'm so confused. I haven't done this in so long that my brain's going, oh, it's so small though. Resize? Like 700? Yeah. And then Twitch emo resizer. And then we gotta rename this CH vocal stem. Why it's a worm? Please don't ask. I don't know. I just thought a worm would be funny because, I guess because, like, the meme of, like, would you love me if I was a worm is one I say a lot. But it's, like, it's not really a vocal stem, but it kind of is. It's just a meme. Okay, so edit this one. I just wanted to be a worm. I don't think I really have a reason. I'm gonna be honest. Save. Wait, did that make him, like, super small? How does that look? Yeah, okay. I mean, it kind of just looks like a worm, I guess. Alright, now we need to do a book. Which, I think it'll be fine. Because, like, it's just lines. So, it would be like, okay, well, maybe I lied. Maybe I lied. Okay, so like this. And then I would do it. How do you make a pixel book? Pixel art book simple. Oh, this one's cute. Would you love us if we were worms, cow? Of course! Listen, if you were all worms, I would make the best fucking terrarium. And then what I would do after making the terrarium is I would then open a worm museum. And then all you guys would have to do is exist, and then you'd get paid and I'd take care of you. So it would be double pro for both of us. I think the angle of the book should be this one. I like the angle of this book. I like the angle of that book. It's a good book. I need you to stay open. Let's be a worm circus. I'm such a nice streamer. Yeah, dude. I would take care of you guys. Yeah, I want to eat your brain rot. That sounds good. I don't think I have a lot of it. I think you might get more nutrition out of just eating, other thoughts, you know? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and then 4. Baby, easy. 2. How many? 4? It's like 5. Let escape. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Can we like make it bigger though? Sweet. That didn't work the way I thought it would. Copy image. Can I just... God damn, I forgot how to do a lot of things in this program. There we go. What do you mean? What do you mean? Escape. Again. This is really hard to like scale. Okay. There. That kind of works. And then can I like change the opacity of it? Yeah. Okay. New layer. I use the brush. Yeah. Ooh, I don't think I'm doing that right. Because it should be like this. And have one. That one. Make these 2. A big noise ain't in the street, gonna be a big day. You got blood on your face. Wait, hold on, I'm confused. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't know how that works. I don't think so. How would a point get from here to here? The street gonna the world someday. You got blood on your face, big disgrace. Baby, you got all over the place singing. Okay, now go this way. I guess so. I think I made it too long. Erase this part. Go here. Take this part. Go here. No, I still think that's too long. On your face. Disgrace. I'm gonna put you back into your place. Okay, so let's get a blue. Let's fill this in. This is like the outline color, I guess. Oops. And then the gray paper. Let's make it a bit gray. It would be this color. I'm gonna change this to a dot. There. And then take the white. We'll take this color, but get it lighter. Get one to go here. And then here. Yeah. Oops. I'm just a girl. Ooh, this song and I'm just a girl in the world. That song and this song are like same song, different font though. Or like same word, different font. Kind of vibed, I feel like. They look like a book. I feel like it needs one of these though. I'm just a girl. How do they do like another layer? I think that looks right. It doesn't look right. I feel like it's this spot, but I think it's because of the angle. Like this, and then like a book with a spine a little bit. I think this one actually needs to go here. Maybe not. No, yeah, not from this angle, actually. Boop, 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 boop. So look at a book. I feel like this is wrong. Boop. Still feel like it's too long here. Yeah. Boop, boop. Yeah, it looks like a book. And now it's getting like a yellow, more like a gold. And then just make like a little fake title. I feel like if I were to like angle this out, this would be like terribly wrong, but I don't know how much I care. Oh, I care, I do care, don't I? Ooh, I think I care. Okay. Let's do a new layer. Okay, so let's do it. Okay. So if that does that, and let's say how make like that, and then down, then we want these to be singular. I think that works. I don't really care about us. And I haven't heard this song in forever. I like this song a lot. They don't really care about us. All I really want is that they don't really care about us. I think this should be really care about us. All I really think is that they don't really care about us. How book do book thing, how book draw book in pixel art. Okay, now how do I do like 3, and then I think I prefer an open book though. Let's do a new one. Let's do okay, so small pixel book art. I like this one. Okay, let's try this one. Let's turn this off so I can see what I'm doing. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. This actually might need to move down some. And then 1, 2. Actually, what color do we use? What color is this? Do they care about us? Do they care about us? Yeah. They don't really care about us. So it goes down 2, and then over 2, over 2, over 1, I think 4. 4, and then 1, 2, and it goes up. And this side. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this one. I think this was, yeah, it's even. Why does that look not even though? I don't know. Can I do symmetry in Sprite? Mirror. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm sorry if I did not see that right away. Dust in my... Okay, they didn't put where it was, though. Where's the mirror tool? I use the... Oh. No. Book angled. This is the old book. This is the reference layer, which we don't want anymore. The new layer. Deserve to die. Righteous suicide. Let's see, this was 1. Let's get that dark gray. 1 up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 1, 1. Ah, so the spirit of the dead, have you forsaken me? This one. Yeah, I think I could do that. And then trust in oh, this one go away. Actually, I kind of want it to be up a little bit and then to go up and then I don't like this and I don't understand why. Oh, it's because it has like, oh, I'm stupid. It does this. Yeah, so like, yeah. Well, that's correct. I just want to do it like this. There you go. Yeah, it's better. Cool. There we go, and then take a lighter blue. Yeah, except I don't like this part. I don't like it because I want it to be like this. Yeah. And then Actually, view. Turn this on. There we go. This will be book. And go here. Forward. Clear. And then we gotta go back here. Boop, 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 boop. CP. Boop, boop, boop. Ba 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 ba. What? D6 and then 112. Save. Close. Poggin. And now everything has an icon, I think. Yippee! Alright, I think I have to use the restroom. So I'm going to go use the restroom and then we'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I went to the bathroom, I washed my hands, and now we're back. Hi. Well, who's all streaming right now? Gordy streaming. What's Gordy streaming? Carry the glass. Oh yeah, because it's Luther Mondays. That's right. I forgot. Nice place. I want a pat. I want a Gordy pat. Oh God, I'm busy. Oh my God. Oh my God, Beezy's working on her model. I can't spell door. Alright. Alright. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Alright. Alright. Let's get mall dummy stuff done. I'm sure they have art of them. Might have more art of them on their Blue Sky though. Fucking I love Mandy's art. Ugh. Mandy's art's so good. If you guys haven't checked out Mandy, you definitely should. Their art is so colorful. I adore it. They're like a mannequin VTuber. They're really cool. I just love their art. As I blank stare into the void. What art do I want to use? Party with you, little. I love their models. Like I want a picture of it. Maybe it's older. I could do this one. This is like that one is like their most iconic art, I'm pretty sure. It's so cute. I love it. I think I'll just grab their most iconic art. I think that would be the best. Stream. Oh, video editing. Highlight this one. Hi, Momo. Do you want cuddles? You're gonna have to lay with your head on the left, though. If you don't lay with your head on the left, it's gonna be hard for me. So please lay with your head on the left. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh no, she's laying with her head on the other side. No, Moira. Please. Please. Okay. Nope, it's too late. She has settled, and now my right arm is captured, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. I just had a deja vu moment, and I don't know why. Who knows? Number 34. Please follow the mottos. Before save. And then just because we're already here, let me just do the V-stars one too. So scan. There we go. All red, toilets are blue. Don't look. I was following them. I was. Like raisins. Oh goodness, are you okay? My cat had a hiccup. Just to zip off. Oh goodness. Oh god. I'm just gonna keep scrolling so that way I don't die. Okay. Okay. On my toes. On my toes. I like this art. Actually, this was quite cool. Gimme. Oh, but it's like low quality. Cries. Yeah. Oh, this is what I get. Okay. Oh, yep, that makes sense. Because I was on our NSFW Twitter. Cries. Look up this image. My toes. Oh, it's by this person? Follow. I was already following them. Cries. Nightmare. To anyone who might care. It's a better image quality. Maybe. I can't tell. It's not. Okay. I'll grab something else then. I'm standing right there. I don't think you like it. This one's cute. A dream. I got everything I wanted. When I wake up, I see. Just gonna. No. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Don't wanna lie. It's really hard to stretch across my desk to click a button now that my cat's on my lap, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, I'll do this. We're here. They don't deserve you. Okay, that one's already saved. The water. Oh, me weak. I'm not just somebody's daughter. Could have been a nightmare. Feels like yesterday was a year ago. But I don't wanna let anybody know. Anybody knows from me now. I don't wanna let them down. Okay, bye. Mary just jumped off in my lap. I think he's warm enough now. She's like, I just need a little bit of warming. A little bit of warming. And you say, as long as I'm here.
What the dog doing?
No, what the dog doing? Hi, Ghosty. You have good tea? I'm here, but you can learn to. If I could change colors, neon, artist, digital art, fun. I don't know why digital art and artist isn't like in here. Yeah, help make me up a bit more understandable. Say instead, if I knew it all then. What? V highlights to yeah. Okay. I say conscious for at least 3 hours. Why? Are you at work? You waiting for something? How work's going? Work is going good. It is going good. Hey there, shoppers. I'm Andy. The mall access network takes one for face. Oh, welcome to the mall. Nah, I just missed it. Understandable. I love naps, so it's understandable. Let's all go on down to the mall so we can hang out with this lovely, this brilliantly bright VTuber Mandy. Yeah. I forced myself to become an early bird. That's crazy. That's valid though. One word from you and I would magnificent. This Mandy, which stands for it's been nice but also miserable in other ways. That's valid. That's valid. You could, but you know, new hours, new opportunities. Shit, what the fuck? Is a I was being awake at night, but I definitely feel like I have more things to do. No, that's valid. That's valid because like there's more hours in the day with daylight to do things, and then by the time it's like 10, you're like, oh shit, I already got all my stuff done because I woke up at like 7. You know, so it makes sense. I find my phone. Mandy, which stands for Mall Access Network and Digital Interface, is a mall mannequin that's come to life to show off their talents and it's just extra sucks now because I feel like I've been going and going nonstop for the last 3 weeks. That's valid, but make sure you get good rest then. I know you got some big life stuff coming up, but make sure to get yourself rest because, you know, we don't want you to burn out. Mandy, which stands for Mall Access Network and Digital Interface, is a mall mannequin that's come to life to show their talents and their hilarity. Show off their and to entertain. Their aesthetic pertains to a neon early 2000s. What would you call this? Is this no? This is like 80s, isn't it? 80s malls. Finally get a weekend complete off this week, so it'll be nice. Hell yeah! 80s. It definitely looks more 80s. Yeah, it's an 80s. It's an 80s look. Their aesthetic revolves around neons and 80s themed malls, which is a whole vibe to die for. I'll have time to take care of my space and myself, and that'll help me feel better. It always makes me feel better when I don't have to leave that. That's valid. Getting rest, cuddling up in your bed, and just hanging out, bed rotting for a day. It's always good to bed rot for a day for a little bit. Do they stream regularly? Oh, they just started. They just got done streaming, actually. What's it, just me and you? Art. Special events. And recently had a Y2K re-debut. And I think I'm supposed to be a little cool. It's supposed to be a little cooler, which will make it even better. Hell yeah. They recently had a Y2K themed debut over on Twitch, showing off a new pixel art live 2D model. I miss streaming. I've been so busy, I haven't had time or the capacity to do it again. That's valid. It's definitely like, I feel like a lot of the times streaming is either a thing you fit in when you're free, or you literally have nothing else to do and that's why you do it. A couple days a week before. That's valid. That's why I like to work on stream personally. Actually, they have Y2K re-debut. Is this one, right? And then I'll go. So, if you want to immerse yourself in a nostalgic era, be sure to check Mandy. I mean, look at that Furby. Be sure to check Mandy. So if you want to immerse yourself in nostalgia era, be sure to check out Mandy over their socials, like Twitter and Twitch. Okay. Whether it's their art, overall aesthetic, or the bowl. Yeah, I was making YouTube shorts and clips and everything, but life caught up to me and now I'm stalled. If I can't in the coming next, I definitely want to start up again after I move. Back while we're doing homework and stuff, so lurk. Oh, the command hates me. Oh, it's lurk first. You have to do lurk and then the command. But no, that's valid, Ghosty. A lot of people do it as a hobby, so it makes sense that, you know, because like I said, I only stream every day because I want it to be my job. Not everybody wants it to be their job, so it can be hard to fit in, especially if you have a lot of life stuff happening. Whether it's their art or their overall aesthetic, I adore. I'll be wherever I might get up there. I can actually have a regular schedule. It'll help will keep my normal routine. That's valid. That's very valid. Oh, so they are. So I'll say blue sky actually. Let me say blue sky. Blue Sky and Twitch. I miss having a designated chore day. That's valid. A lot of it does, though, have to also do with, like, self-discipline towards those kind of things, I feel like. Why is Mandy's thing locked? Do they post regularly on here? They don't. Hmm? Am I going insane? I think maybe I just didn't refresh. And that's why. I think that's why. No, I think I'm just going crazy, actually. I think I'm just going insane. Yeah, I'm really good about it if I can't have a designated day, but now that my schedule is scattered, my ability to do any housekeeping is shot. I mean, that's valid. I mean, you're moving soon, so that's how it is for a lot of people. If they're just gonna be moving, and it's just like, meh. Because technically, when you move, a lot of times I feel like you're decluttering a lot of stuff, and you're moving a lot of things around, so it can be hard to just declutter, but also clean, but also pack at the same time. Excuse me. Dorm Andy and definitely check them. They are not only books, but incredibly talented as well. Whether it's their art or overall aesthetic, I adore the Mandy. I adore Mandy. And whether it's their art or overall aesthetic, I adore Mandy. You should definitely check them out because they not only a blast but incredibly talented as well. Okay, there you go. Raindrops fall in the window out in the hall. Alright, cool. This one, change cover, upload cover image, stream. I also need to download a bunch of clips. Yeah, I backed up my whole closet and bookshelf and I packed up. But it still feels like there's so much more to pack, but I don't even know what. That's valid. It's hard when moving. It's kind of, especially if you're moving like to a different place, like moving as far as you are, it's kind of like it's hard to like compartmentalize everything that you own. Like I know there's definitely things that I left in my parents' house that are like, damn, kind of wish I had that, but you know, you feel at a standstill, but also nonstop. Yeah, and be sure to take like a breather because it's important that you take a breather sometimes. This is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Upload cover image. I did the wrong one. I want this one. Oh, my neck. Save. Must breathe to live. Yeah, unless we were like fish. But fish technically still need to breathe to live. They just don't need as much breath, you know? Okay, so let me do this one. Oh, to be a fish. Oh, to be a fish. Swimming around in a pond. Caring about nothing and everything at all the same time. Alright, so let's do this one. We're gonna do save. Save. Oh my god, their ghost Hatsune Miku was so good though. Did you ever watch the Disney movie Luca? I saw things of it. I don't think I ever fully watched it though. Did they ever finish that art? Open the YouTube. Ooh, this one. Little baby, in love with you. Yeah, this Furby. Okay. Clips top. Oh, this might not be bad. Little baby. It's beautiful, but also fish people. They were pretty colorful. I remember that. And I remember Silencio Bruno. Remember that as well. Let's do this one. This one, top off. The time both of us and young puppy love. That should be a vote. That could be, yeah. I just don't know what it means, so I don't want to maybe say something too much that would get me in trouble. The junk shop. I like that they have a pen instead of the paperclip. Little baby. It's a pretty little baby. The art, their aesthetic. I didn't realize they worked on so much of the stuff on stream. Oh, that's valid. About confidence, baby. I love that they're in like this little. Oh, that's so cute. The one character named his fear Bruno. Ah, that makes sense. That's actually really cool. I like it. I like it. Take me. God, I love their layout. It's like they're on like a voice call. It's like you're on a voice call and then this is like the chat and then this is their art. That's so fucking cool. We don't talk about Bruno. No, no, no. Alright, how many of this do I have? 9? I really want the animations they have in the beginning of the streams. Do they have that on Blue Sky? We scroll like a madman to see if we can find it. Could just download their stream. It's making me nervous. Cause I love this. The beginning. Who made this? Do they talk about who made that? I think I'm almost at the point where I can publish my website. Yippee! I'm so excited. That's epic. Credits. Starting soon animations. Me. Cool. 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 Do they have it on Blue Sky? I feel like I've seen it, like them post about it before. I said this and I should have said that. Confidence, baby. Where is it? This one. I want to see it animated. She knows, I think she knows. God, I love that. That's so cool. God, they're so cool. Okay. Maybe I won't be able to clip. Oh my God, wait. I just need to save this for me. Trying to think. I think it'll be fine. I think we have enough clips. Yeah. So now we do the other one. Is this there? Okay. Yeah. Okay. We first met. I'll never forget. I didn't even know I didn't know you yet. We're bound together now and forever. All this. Time to stalk Huey's website. Do it. A way to know. You just believe it. Yeah, I am following them. Cool. Brain is not doing a brain things. What we ought to get them. Does they have the whole about me? Diadush. I'm Camilla or KB. I'm a Puka VTuber who's a professional voice lewd virgin artist. If you're looking for a mentally ill construct to spend the day with you, founder. About me, hello. Nice to meet you, professional voice actors. Puka's mischievous, usually for Irish folklore. Okay. How do I want to put this? I do know. Oh yeah, Twitch clips. We do the Twitch clip first. So let's find a Twitch clip. Clips. I like that. I haven't had a stalker since I was in middle school. Not bad. To know. What's this? What the fuck? Library cards? Oh my god, I can't do anything until I have to save the thing. Oh my god. Sounds like trauma. Okay. And then we can do a various slew of clips. Let's see. Them playing Doom. Her talking. Playing Roblox. Top off. I want to do it with her new model. Let's do top 30 instead. Nope. Top 30. Open like a new tab. This one. I had to get a new number and everything. Damn library memory. Damn core library memory. That's crazy. Come to me. Save. Download. Give. Download. Save. Okay. How many do we have? I usually do this is 7. Okay, so we'll need a few more. Okay, well, let's start writing. Let's start writing, chat. This VTuber is a mischievous shapeshifting fae known as a was it Puka? Puka? Shifting Puka. This VTuber is a mischievous shapeshifting mischievous Puka. And their name, I'm sure you know, is it Camilla? I actually need to look at their TikTok because there's one where they talk about themselves like, "Hi, this is me." Okay, I'll call them KB. They call themselves KB. Which name? I'm sure you know. Whose name I'm sure you know. It's KB. Yeah, you did, and I've just been kind of seeing them everywhere on my socials, so I decided to do a video on them. This VTuber is a mischievous puka, and their name, wait, oh shit. This VTuber is a mischievous puka whose name I'm sure you know. It's KB. Talented not only with their voice as they are a professional voice actor. I don't want to start with that. This one's KB. What else did they say? Oh god, check this in the calendar. Okay. At the end, if you're looking for I just realized Twitch changed the category. Hold on. Yeah, they changed the icon for art. It's now this. I mean, I'm not against it, but that's very interesting. I want to play the Midnight Walk, man. What? 16. Okay. It's KB. If you're, it looks sad compared to the yellow one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Twitch art category icon. Yeah, what's this? Used to be the oh, it's changed everywhere. Twitch changed his mind about yeah, no, it was this, which I liked a lot more in my personal opinion, because I thought it was just better, but meh, I guess. So if you're looking for someone to vibe with, maybe this mischievous puka, whose name I'm sure you know, I think it's like a Bob Ross painting. I guess. This VTuber is a mischievous puka whose name I'm sure you know. It's KB. They are a professional voice actress who happens to also, yeah. Okay. They are a professional voice actor is actually learning to be a mortician. That's not all that they have packed in them, though. They are also clips top. Oh, hold on. That's not all they have packed within them, though. They are also also wildly entertaining. Just interesting. That's the question. Who will groupie tonight? That's the question. That's not all they have packed within them, though. They are also wildly entertaining and just... I feel like I could say a few things, but my brain is not working. Not a time. That is not all they have packed within them. They are also wildly entertaining and just great creator overall. You can find find some of their ASMRs on YouTube and shorts that they've made here on TikTok. Do they have credits? Oh my god, Fairy was the one that made them? Holy shit. Oh my god, I did not realize.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Hi, Zoe. They're incredibly beautiful looks. Model comes from the was Fairy Sammy the person that did art? And let me check. Hi Zoe, how are you doing? How's your Monday? Don't push me down, I'll never let you sweep me off my feet. I don't want to see if she did art and rig. Die baby happy, bulletproof. Like, I'd love to see a thingy, but I guess not. Good, just hang out with Kazi. Understandable. How are you? I'm doing good. Trying to make sure I get this person's credits correct. Oh, I'm much too proud to walk away from something when it's dead. Wait. I'm so confused. This is their main. Okay. I just don't want to be following like 20 different things. Okay. I want to make sure I got their credits right. Patreon, ASMR, YouTube, Reddit, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, voiceover commissions. Okay, I guess so. Creators from ever amazing. They're talented. Very Sammy. Okay. My enamored? How do you spell enamored? And what does enamored mean? Enamored? Enamored, to be filled with a feeling of love. Okay. Enamored, they pumped up in my FYP. Not gonna lie, I knew I was enamored by Camilla when they popped up. The moment they popped up in my FYP. Oh, there's. I can see that from the frame at least. Yeah, I wish they would have kept the old one, but I mean, like, it's not like it's not like I'm part of Twitch, you know? I mean, I'm part of Twitch, but I don't get to make those decisions. It would be cool if they asked someone, like, a prevalent artist of their community. Wow, what is this right now? I won't listen to this one now either. I'll listen to this. Yeah, I think that's good. We'll break out. Okay, videos. Wait, they have an upload? Can I download this? This one, select. No. Hopefully that works okay. Clips. Cool. What do I all have? They're talking. Do they have anything else? Top all. Where it come? Freak. Dude, freak. That one. They do it a lot of, like, talking to their chat, which is understandable. With a voice like theirs, I'm not surprised. I just kind of want to vary up the clips that I'm putting in here. But I could also just do a screenshot of their... I could do it like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I could just do it like this. Do it like that. I'm gonna try this. Actually, do I need to spread this out more? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Save. Video editing. V-stars. Save. I don't know if I want to. I think I do, but I don't know. Do this one. Wait, don't I have this one? I don't. Video editing, V-stars, this one, save. Is that everything? Is that one okay? Is the screenshot okay? I think I'll do one more, but I'll do like a variant of this. Yeah, I didn't think I closed, but it just has that Vibes AI art site, but just put a Bob Ross pic with a frame on it, and then the word art. I guess a human could have done that too. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I just noticed it now, and it's not like it's a big thing. It's not like they changed anything with like the rules of how the art category works. Because if they did, that'd be like a bitch, but they didn't. Okay, that did not go how the way I wanted it to. Why doesn't that work the way I want it to? What's the matter, baby? What's the matter? What's the matter, Moira? I don't understand what's wrong with my cat. She's upsetty. She's upsetty for no reason. Go read it, Moira. Okay, just in case, we'll keep this guy in here. And then should all be good. Edit labels. Yeah. I gotta look at my clips while I'm here, actually. Speaking of stuff, let's look at my clips. Why can't I hear anything? Huh? Stop. I just wanna... Let's download and then... Video editing TikToks? Or is it Twitch? I think it's a Twitch. Oh, I have so many. Am I doing 2? Am I doing 3? Cancel. I'm doing 3, aren't I? Yeah, this is supposed to be 3. 3, 4, and then a new folder. Club. Clip 5. Oh, I'm dead. This should be... I don't think I have a dump, no. Video editing, Twitch. I wouldn't put it past Amazon since they're rolling out AI narrators for Audible. No, that sucks. Nope. Nope. I'm not really saying anything here. I do want to play that game though. This should be a story time. This is a story time one. I don't have, okay, I don't hate that. I don't have the mini yet. Okay. Cool. I hate that. That makes me so angry. That's what happens. That's why we just don't listen to Amazon Audible books anymore. See, programs, pencil brush goes in. Don't think we need this or this. We don't need this. Phone screen, product system, voice serotonin. I'm gonna keep those because I'm gonna do those eventually. I do need to do that at some point. That one's fine. Doobie is fine. Well. I want more AI forward companies to go the way of Duolingo and realize their cost-saving practice is going to hurt their profits in the long run. Oh, yeah. Hear it from me, but I heard pirates keep good libraries. They do. They do. But yeah, I can't wait for Duolingo to be like, please, I'm sorry. But I know they already deleted their post being like, oh, we're an AI-first company. So, thank you for the boo. All right, what are we doing now? Think I'm all caught up with everything now. Actually, no, I need to switch accounts and upload the Monday VOD. Actually, Libby is a great way to get audiobooks. Oh. Wait, what? Does that mean I can't have that audio anymore? The Pedro audio is getting copyrighted. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't care. It's not like these videos are monetized anyway. What was last Monday? The 12th? Rip Pedro, I know, right? The 12th, this one. I think it's crazy that they're copywriting that, considering that it's a meme, but that's okay. It's not really a problem. Twitchstreamer, digitalart, Minecraft, chill, goofy, comfort. Fuck, that is not what I meant to do. Imagine if Rick actually copyright struck all the memes that spawned from his song. Dude, so many people will be so fucked. They'd be just dead. Just no more. No more. A lot of videos would be gone. No, it's not made for kids. No. Sweater. I forgot to change it. I think Rick Astley is aware of his fame and he loves it, thank God. Yeah, I think it's so unfortunate that so many people don't see it as a positive thing. Like, I understand that memes aren't always kind-hearted, but, like, memes will get you places. Further than you already were. Like, if it wasn't for Rick Astley's meme, he, to be honest, would not be relevant. Yeah, delete that. Okay, so 8, 9. Okay. 13, 14, 15. Memes would keep you in the public eye. Yeah. And not everybody realizes that. And if you take a meme well, the community will love you so much more. Because it shows that you're not going to be a dick. Look at this photograph. Oh, I'm sure Nickelback has heard that too. Like, come on. You know? Wait, no, that one goes here. And then it goes here. When I get undressed, new person all over again. I don't wanna kiss someone else's neck. My cow watches TikTok with chat. Watches TikTok and washes money with chat. There we go. Yeah. That's the wrong one. What do I have downloaded? That one's uploaded. Okay, cool. New person all over again. I wanna get someone else's name. Why does this category have a new icon? Alright. My head hurts. I think it's because I'm wearing my hairband and I'm wearing my headset. Putting too much pressure on my tiny little brain cell. Guys, Guys, if I show you a picture of the new hippo I got today, will you guys look at it? I got this he's really fucking soft. He's really soft and he's really cute. Hold on. I'm gonna take a picture of him. I got him today at New Seasons. So I feel like there's not that many cute hippo stuffed animals. And I saw him and I was like, I want it. He's so cute. He's so cute. A hippo? Yeah, a hippo. Hippos are like my second favorite animals. You can't like really see his face though, so it's like gonna be a side view. Send it to a parish. You got it. You got it, Poseidon. You got it, Poseidon. 1 second. Putting it in the fridge. Where is it? He's just a little guy. He's so soft. Like, he's unbelievably soft. Like, I picked him up, and I was like, oh, he's soft. And then I was like, oh, wait, he is soft. He's as soft as my cat, I feel like. He's just great. I don't know what to name him yet, though. So if you guys have any recommendation on what to name him. The cuddle toy. Oh, he's machine washable. What is that hippo from, Kiwi? That you posted in the fridge? You're supposed to remove the tag. Ow. Hurt my hand. Ow. I think I gave myself a paper cut. Hold on. Hungry, hungry hippo. Hungry, hungry. Ow. I like pricked my skin with the corner of one of the tags. It's so cute. I know. I got it from New Season. It was great. So cute. Found the toy aisle and I was like, want. So now he's my new baby. I'm new baby. I was like, I don't need a new stuffed animal, but then I got him and I was like, oh my god, yes. Wait, no, I want to put him I want to like put him on my computer somewhere. Oh, there, that's good. Name him Shovel because of his flat head. Damn. Okay. I don't want to listen to this song. I don't want to listen to this one. Oh, this is not the one. Okay. Or Elephant, the hippo, not Elephant, the elephant. I'm down for whatever, honestly. You guys name whatever. I don't know what to name him, so we could do a poll. Or wait, what? Cute hippo names. I'm not naming him. Wait, oh my god! Wait. There was that. Hold on. There was a TikTok that I did about naming a hippo. And I think he lost. And so I should name it after that. Hold on. Fuck, what was the hippo's name? Hold on. Hippo. Yeah! The Richmond Zoo Pygmy Hippo. Hammy May and Poppy. Wait. The fuck? Hold on, wait. I think Hammy May lost. Poppy, yeah, they named it Poppy instead of Hammy May. Hammy May sounds so cute. I know! That's why I'm so upset that the people in fucking Virginia named her Poppy. I was like, why not? Like, Poppy's cute, sure, but like, I really wish like their name was fucking Hammy May. Well, now mine's named Hammy May. She's a sweet little girl, Virginia. Ew, virgin. So true, so true. But yeah, I'm so upset that they never named her Hammy May. I was like, why? Why didn't you name her? Hammy May is just so fun. But it's okay. We named our hippo Hammy May. The internet has failed us. But it's okay. You know who won't fail you? Me. I won't fail you. We need another Bodie McBoatface. That'd be great. I'd love the hippo named Bodie McBoatface. This blanket's too hot now. I like turned it to 2 and it was like too hot and I turned it down but it's still hot. Cries. Hammy May is so cute. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hammy May is a new OG. I put it on my monitor. Hold on. Let me show you guys. My monitor has like a bunch of like small trinkets on it. Chat, say hi. Chat, say hi. You're gonna be in the photo. Wait. Hi. It's like weird trying to take this picture. You know, I gotta do it like this. Can I like... Oh, that's so much smarter. Why didn't I do that? It's okay. It's okay, you all can have it. I took like multiple pictures, so that's okay. Yeah, it's my desk. Does it have anything incriminating? Not really. But yeah, I have like the 3D printed stuff on the top of my shelf. I have 2 pictures so you can see it better. And then I have like tiny little trinkets. And now I put Hammy May. I put Hammy May on the monitor. She'll probably fall off if Moira gets mad and jumps on something, but it's fine. Come on. This is skin. It's a skin shade. What is my outline color? Open recent. Align. I don't know what color my outline color is. Is it this color? The colors look so good on your drawing. Thank you. No, it is darker. Yeah, I took a bit of the weekend to color it a little bit. Oops. It looks so good here. Why doesn't it look as good here? Why? Skin shade. Yeah. Honestly, that does kind of look better though. The advanced is that advanced GG I spy? It is. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Damn it. Almost did it. There you go. My enter bar was covered by my tablet. Don't at me. Don't at me, please. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Ah, why is it closing? Don't close. I forgot the milk. Time to go to the store for 20 years. No! Kiwi, no! Don't abandon us here like this. No! Kiwi, no! I've never had a father abandon me like this. It's unforgettable. I can't believe Kiwi would leave us like this. Abandoned once more. Yep. Look at my I don't know why I didn't just erase. I could just erased. Now I think about it. Used to be my heart. Now you're just a fake. It is in the cloud right now. I actually need to erase this part too. Are you lonely? Sorry, it's just the chemicals. Hello, hello, do you know me? I'm so Mr. Forgettable. Oh, she need this color. Oh, there's a breeze coming into my office. You make it be cold. need a stabilizer. I need to rotate this because I'm terrible at drawing. Straight facing. That's this color. Actually, no, it would just be this section, actually. I need to color this in fully. I didn't by accident. And spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. There we go. I don't know if this is the same. I think it's like more of like a blue. It is the same. Ooh, oh, fuck. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's okay. Once I fill the leg in, it'll be fine. Something stupid like I love you. Oh, what layer am I drawing on? Goodness. Should be this one. Actually, what am I doing? It should be in this folder. Like I love you. Actually, turn this one off. Maybe it's time to let time pass through. Boop. Oh. Right end of the tunnel light. My head and red lights. Let me just fill in this little overfill line. Let me get our skin color. There's so much to do. It's time to let time pass through. And when life gets strange. The change. Actually, I kind of want to make this more desaturated, I think. Same with you. Yeah. Or make it more blue. Honestly. Yeah, blue is fine. So let's move on. It just goes too fast in the past. No one likes an ending. Still spending so much time. And then why? At the river. So to deliver us where we need to go. Need this color. I will rewind. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Boop. Sideline. Now it's time. I'm working on something new. Maybe it's time to let time pass through. Not passing by, passing through. One's dry, passing through. Oop. Oop. Yeah, he has good music, and he had a new cover come out. Not cover, but a new version of this song came out, and I like it a lot. I just put your sweet sweet. Honey, just put your sweet lips on my lips and just kiss like real people do. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, color in our spots. Not as you. You already know. I will not ask you where you came from. I will not ask you, neither should you. Honey, just put your sweet. Oops, oops. Where did my leg go? There it is. I'd ask you where you came from. Not ask you. Honey, just put your sweet lips and just kiss your people do. No, this would be this color actually. Oops. Oh. Am I fucking this up so much? Oh, wrong layer. This layer. Thank you for the head pat. Just clean these up. Is my... it is filled up. Okay. There you go. I think that was actually the last bit of just basic colors. For me, oops, she doesn't know. Alright, I want to try. Yeah, and there's like a boop. She told me to know. Why is this getting so hard? No, I don't know. There we go, and then we can erase it here. I do like a soft light, I think. Ooh, no I wouldn't. No I wouldn't. I lied. I think I like that one, darker color. Now my sleeves have it too, don't they? Yeah, but I make it simpler. Let's make it simpler, chat. Oh, it's because it's not on the arm. That's right. Okay. It's weird to think of how I layered this, because like I layered this as if it's being animated, and it might be. It's hard to color it sometimes because of that. And then this one. And then just so we can see this whole arm. I look so cute. Where my mole? Let me just do that really quick. Boop. A little bit smaller. Oh, there you go. Actually, these are. It's Moiwa. Hi, Moiwa. No more blankie time? The blankie's off. I can turn it on one if you want. says on your back? Why you got like white stuff on your back? You got a little dandruff. I think that somebody needs to have a little bit of a bath. Alright. Yes, that's Hammy May. Do you have a problem with Hammy May? Please don't have a problem with Hammy May, okay? Alright. God, I sort of don't like the way I did this, but it's okay. If it's gonna play this, I'd rather it play the other one that I like more. Moira, what are you doing? What else is the other one? Yours in home now. Moira, don't chew on my phone thing, please. I think I might actually keep it. Oh my god! Mashy, hi! How you doing? How was Borderlands? Did you have fun in Borderlands? Welcome on in, everybody. I'm just doing a little bit of art here today. How was your stream? Moira, the Raiders are here, Moira. Please don't stop chewing on my phone holder. Stop. Open your door. Hello, how is it going? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Did you kick some of that ass? Moira, stop. Chewing you in. Stop. She keeps chewing on my phone holder, and I don't want her to, so I'm poking her in the butt. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. I'm just poking my cat. She's being a bum. Why are you being a bum? Stop! Don't chew on the iPhone! What are you, crazy? Go play with something else. Hold on. What do we got? Did you do something with your hair? I got my pigtails back. I got a new hairstyle. What are you doing back there? She's like, you're not gonna get her. She's like right there. She's not moving. She knows she's in like crunch. Oh. Oh no. Her father has nabbed her. She has been nabbed, and we are now safe from kitty crunches. Thank you. BZ worked on it recently, and secretly we have other hairstyles, but I'm not allowed to show them off yet. But they're not fully done, so that's why we're also saving them. I'm gonna blur it just a little bit. But I hope you had a wonderful stream, Mashy. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need a raid or run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you have fun hanging out. Those you guys for thinking she was immune. Yup. This is valid. Was I supposed to do it the other way? I don't really know. I think I was supposed to do that the other way. There we go. And then we need like this lighter color. Yeah, there you go. I don't know how to draw gold, but we're trying, chat. Blur it. Let's look better. I mean, it doesn't look shiny. Oops. Technically, this ring is braided, but I don't think that's necessary to show. I think I just liked it like that. Yeah, because it doesn't have to be a lot. This side. Let's make it a little lighter. And then we'll blur it a bit. That is burning it. That is not blurring it. There you go. And then we'll add a little bit of color for this. Because there is more color to this ring that I wear. This one. Ooh, more panels. So cute, tiny. It's actually my advanced GG, called to action. Hi, Pancake! Oh my god! Welcome on in. How is it going? How was your stream? My goodness, double raiders today. I am very impressed. How's it going? How was your Monday? How was Streamnova? I'm good. I'm just doing a little bit of art because I felt like doing a little bit of art before we got into washing some cash, doing some laundry. Still want to try Advanced? You should. It's really good. I can't wait. Tomorrow, I think we're getting our new flavor, the peach ring flavor. So, just saying. Want to try some? You definitely should. Peach ring, yeah. Gamer subs, not gamer subs, advanced GG peach ring. Yeah, and it's a focus flavor, which has less caffeine than their energy flavor. And it's said to be pretty accurate, so I'm gonna try it. We're gonna try it tomorrow. I'm very excited. It is, and I have a hydration one. Hydration. I have their lychee flavor, which is really good. I'm drinking it currently. It's very good. Gonna rest? Feel free to do so, Pancake. Thank you so much for the raid. We love you so much here. Thank you again for having your community hang out with us. My grandma getting the thingy you have for ice cream tomorrow. I told her about it. Ninja Creamy? Hell yeah. Yeah, we've been enjoying that lady. She's a nice lady. I just realized I should have put on my other safety short on this, I think. Oh well. Not a well. Lane, fix it. I don't want to fix it, chat. I don't think I want to fix it, but I'm gonna have to. Because the way I drew this is a bitch. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of a bitch. No, that's not right. Was romantic all my life. All the time. Guess I just take it as a sign. There, now I'm not being lazy. I will fix this edge though. In case. Looks like I just a cupid. Alright, there you go. Oh, I gotta fix the leg. No. Fuck. That's what I get for not planning. Well, I didn't plan this part. I planned everything else but that one part. There we go. That looks way better, actually. Look at me go. Store through. Alright, time for shading. That's what I want to do next. Okay. And I'm actually gonna borrow this color? So I don't know if that's different than... What? What's this color? Is that different than skin shade? It is by a little bit. I think I'll just use skin shade since I already have that color. Me feel the love is in you, so time. Stabilizer. We're gonna do a multiply. I have been added in the Discord. The Nani, I feel. Oh, Hammy, yeah, Hammy me. This multiply. Why is it weird? Oh, it's because it needs to be like this, doesn't it? Makes me feel... Oh my god, please. But I do want to fix this arm really quick. There we go. And then fix the skin. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this line right here. Let me see what it looks like without it. I think I'm gonna remove that, yeah. Oh, go back here. Let's see, it would be like that, I think. And then like this. I feel like it's not really doing the shadow thing that I want it to do. I do. Oh, you know what? I might need multiple layers of this, actually. I'll just do it like this. I need stabilizing! Am I arrive? I bring the fire, make it come. Okay, there you go. Do I like that more? No. Make change. How did I shade my other things? Art projects. Nope. This one. Twitch panels. Oh, not that one. This one. Fix you up. I'm just curious how I did like this, the shadow. Cause then I arrive at 47. Multiply on a 47 layer, okay. Speaking of which, though, multiply on a 47. I think I'm using the wrong thing. No, I think that's the right one. Oops. Yeah, that's the same. Weird. Maybe it's because I don't want it here, maybe? And also... So I want to try something new. Let's do this. Nah, because it's doing like the pillow shading thing that I don't want to do. Let's do flow 50. Whoa. There you go. In my fingers, I feel it in my toes. Cause me and the homeless, they've got to go. Get it now. Tight crew. One, I wrote a one. Fuck. So otherwise engaged. It's actually kind of cute. It's not like the multiply strength. Okay. Let's go. Up, motherfucker, and nobody likes you. Meaningful relationships. That's one sad way. Body, and I hate it. This way. Go. Loot that motherfucker. I feel like maybe it's too late, actually. Being too much of a pussy. Gotta be bold. I'm gonna be bold with my color choices. I just don't like the way the neck is going. I think it's because, like, it's too far. I'm making it look like it's too far, so let's thin it out of it. Context. There's no disrespect. It's the south. I think I liked it down here more. Get it started now. Let's get it started in here. Let's see. If we turn this off, does that help? Kind of, actually. Control, body, soul. That's stupid. There we go. Everybody. It's because we're like shading on a different angle than we normally do. Yeah, I think so. And also the body's a bit turned, so it's a little so hard. It's also hard because of that fact, but like it's okay because like we'll figure it out, you know? Okay, there you go. I was like, why isn't it doing the thing? So I was on the eraser. I think this should actually be here. I never made nails. Let me do that. Have to miss it. Let's get that dick. There you go. I don't really like this shape. But we're gonna take it and then rasterize it. Where is it? Rasterize. And then just do a little bit of cleanup. This one, turn stabilizer off. That's not, oh. No, 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 no. I think I angled that a little bit wrong, so it should be like here. If I do my nails though, it kind of seems like it like changes the vibe a lot, I feel like. What if they were just like on the finger like that? Talk by night. Just do it on the skin layer. Slayer. You're all made of language and demeanor, if I understand it. I think that's cute. It may make our hands look a little more stubby, but I think he's cute. Hi, Moira. Cute. Music for life. Me in French, talk to me in Spanish, time for me and your all made up language. Mina, if I understand it. Oh, this one. There we go. Oh no, this is the same color. Fuck. That'd be bad if it was like a lighter color, actually. Yeah, we can let's do that. Hi Moira. Let's do. What did I do? I did this one. Color dodge 25. Okay. The world around the world, round the world, around the world. Moira, what you doing there, sweetheart? Let's see, 25, and let's make this color dodge again. Nice. Eek. Eek. Moira, please. Moira, please. What are you doing up there? What are you doing? It's like his dad coming. Around the world. It was dark. It's on this layer. What? What? Wait, what color was I using for this? Yeah, okay, that's that color. Was I using the yellow on itself? I was. I kind of like that. I'm gonna keep doing that. World around the world, around the world, around. Moira, you're being devilish, aren't you? I forgot to finish the color on here. Oops. Let me do that. And around the world, around the world. Let's do it on the other arm. There you go. Perfecto. Around the world. Alright, and then I want to do like a little highlight, I think. And let's keep the shadows. The world around the world. Copy. Oh god, Moira. Stay with me. Delete. Control A, delete. Let's do skin shade versus clothes color. Around the world. World. There we go. I realize I don't give myself like that little lump that goes on the outside of your wrist, but I think it's okay. Get the white shade in here. Go back up to the outfit. Go to the colors of the outfit. Whoa. This one. Whoops. Oh, this should be lower. Wow. Like this. Like that. Around the world. There and then right here. I don't know if this is like too much detail, maybe? It could be. I'm gonna have to zoom in and look at it. Oops. Do it organically. Okay. I feel like it could be lessened a little bit. Rich to be my girl, have to be cool. I like it, but at the same time, it's like hard to see the shading when I do that. I think what I'm gonna do instead is this. Yeah, I think I like just making it more saturated better and then not doing the sleeve shading. So I feel like it's just a bit too much. There, oh, 100. Here we go. And this here. And it would be like this. I think. Actually. Oops. Oops. Why did you make a new layer? Doop. Maybe I do it like this. It's like a bit more on the tetas, but not like. So I don't want to make it too complicated because then it'll get hard. And if it's get hard, I don't want to do it. Hi, Agabo! I saw you streaming earlier. How was Kingdom Hearts? I will lurkin'. I hope you had fun. I've never personally played any of the Kingdom Hearts games, but they look fun. I like that one. It's too subtle. 45? Oh, papa, oh, papa. Oh, papa, oh, papa, oh, papa, oh, papa, 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 oh, papa, hey, oh, papa, 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 oh, papa. Nice cow goat to the fish and chips. We won. Nothing with the ute. Nothing with the footy. Oh, papa, oh, papa, oh, papa, oh, papa, Papa, oh, papa, oh, papa, Alright, it's not bad. It's not bad, chat. It's not bad. I don't know if I'll do a highlight on these. I feel like I want to do a highlight, but I don't really know. This one. I don't think I do want to do that, which is strong blush. I'll turn this off. Oh, this was wrong hand, that's why. Me out of my mind. It's hard for me to find. So kiss her, love her. That girl has poison. I'm not gonna see it there. I like that. Oops. Okay. Let's go to the other arm. Boop. Boop. Oh my goodness. Hi, V. How was your do you like that game? I like that game. Did you like that game? It's a good game in my opinion. Used to play Once Human a lot. Got a whole bunch of pets in that game. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need a raid and run, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, feel free to just vibe. I like the game, I'm glad. I think I want to do like another layer. Some of these. This one. Yeah, it's over 11 here, so me and my brother are getting ready for bed. I hope you have a wonderful eve. I hope you have the bestest of eve. Me out of my mind. It's hard for me to find. Out of my head. Kiss her, kiss her, love her. That girl has poison. Let's see, what time is it for us? It's 8. Okay, I'm gonna do the little blushy bits on my face, and then we're gonna go play cash cleaning sim. I mean, we're gonna go do our laundry. Wink. There we go. Cash. I've been playing a lot of that game, so okay, I'm gonna show you what I've done in that game. I just wanna do the little blushes on this real quick. I don't know if I'll do it like that though. Thank you for that. Thank you for the raid though so much, V. It means a lot. There she goes again. up a bit more. And then like here in my nose. I never did my lips. I'll do that tomorrow. Oh, it's no problem, baby. I'm so glad you're still alive. Yeah, it's Monday, and I got a good bit of energy, so. The wackish bonkish. There's one more thing I forgot. Not gonna be seen on that arm, but it will be seen on this arm. Except, what the fuck? Oh, it's because I collapsed it. Okay. Oh my god, it's like so much. And then like blur it a bit. Okay, hold on. Started on this layer. And then we'll just do a little bit more on this layer. And then we take the normal brush and we just kind of do like little markings. Honestly, didn't want any of my brother was getting EP and I don't want to bore chat with endless material farming. That's valid. That's valid. Honestly, I get that. Sometimes in games when I'm just like, oh, I'm just going to be sitting here hanging out. It's like, do you guys want to hang out? Alright. But this is where we got another chibi and I think it's starting to look really cute. I like it a lot. It'll be fun when we get her floating. Alright, let's do some cash cleaning. Cash cleaning. Alright. Casual gaming. Cash. Doing some laundry. Say a while. That I like your smile. Ignore my horns go through this hat. Just how it's gonna be. I'll listen to a different song. Okay. So, as you last know, we were working out of this little area. Okay, this song is like also like a lot though. Okay. We were just stuck in this area, but we've expanded. And as you can see, there's a piggy bank above us because we're in debt for some reason. Because mom decided to put our debt on us. We unlocked this area up here, so now we have like our own little like laundromat. We haven't unlocked these though, and I'm excited to unlock those someday. But now we have like a little living area, and for those of you who were seeing in the Discord, there's the infamous milk club that I spelled out. The M is like off, but let's see if I can fix that. Alright, that's like a bit better. But yeah, and this is where I sleep. This is my bed. This is where I sleep, and then here's our couch. And then we got all these monies. So now we've got euros, we've got yen, and we've got American US dollars. And yeah, I've been playing a fuck ton of this, and it's been a heck of a time, and I really like it. So we'll go from here. We'll do this one because it's for mom, and I wanted to do a new one for mom. Load out 30 euro, extracts of 100 bills in a travel bag. That's crazy. Koi, guys. Ooh, mommy was locked away for a little while, but I hope you didn't forget about me. You probably did, didn't you? Probably hit your head again and forgot more of your sad little life. Who gave you your phone back? Oops, there he is. What do you want from me? Oh, come on, sweetheart. Are you mad at me? I actually want to make peace, and I need your help. I need a bag, something elegant, leather, and very spacious, and I need it filled with cash. Crisp, clean cash, something sexy and European. Going somewhere, Betty? Why, you gonna miss me, sweet pea? My time locked up taught me something. We make our own destiny. It's never the past laid out before you. There's always another option. Noted. Okay. So is she giving us... Did she drop the Did she drop the bag? No, I'm just supposed to give her one? That's crazy. Alright, the travel bag. Bitter run. Medium-sized. Buy now. She doesn't get the expensive one. She's getting the cheap-ass one. The fact that we have to give her money and she's not giving us money is crazy. I don't know how many of these I have. I don't think it'll be enough for 30k, though. It might be enough. Oh, it's not enough. Which means we gotta take another Euro job. Means we gotta take another Euro job so we can take the money from that one. Because the Euro jobs sometimes are a bit high. High stakes. Who has a Euro? No one else has a Euro right now. Are you kidding me? Well, I'm gonna take a little sit down. Just take a little sit down. That should be enough. No? Still no Euros? Did you get that lovely scanner you wanted? I did. I got the new scanner to get to scan how much money we have and things. So we measure these pallets. It's like, oh, we have this much money, you know. The travel bag. Oh, any Euros? Wow, there are really no Euro quests. I think I might not be able to give it to her in only bills. Where the fuck is that bag that I ordered? Does skipping time not do that? Where did my bidder? Oh, there it is. I got shooted out. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna be able to give it to her in hundreds. It's fine. It's not like she deserves it in hundreds anyway. Let's give it to her in 20s. Because I have so many fucking 20s. Can I, like, give it no number and then do it that way? Stop. Oh, because then it doesn't pack it. Got it. Got it. Oh, wait. It does. Wait, no. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Alright, so pack. You're gonna run me out of Euros. Get more. More of these guys. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That means these guys is another 20k. 20k. So we need another 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. We gotta do one more. One more! Because I could literally give shit, let shit if Betty Oops wants fucking hundreds or not. I know it'll technically, the only thing I think that it affects me is it just affects my score. I mean 33%. What do you mean 30%? Some 30,000, isn't that How much you want it? Wait, what? What? In a travel bag. What the fuck? I'm so confused. You wanted 30k euro. This is 30k euro. Is it not, or is it 3,000? Am I reading it wrong? No, it's 30k. I don't know. This game is bugging. Go. If it doesn't accept it as 100, I'm gonna be so mad. Wait. Wait, give it back. Fuck. Yeah, it only... Oh, what a bitch. Hold on. Can I alt F4? Bitch. I should not have taken that quest. Oh, my neck. Alright, we're back. But I think... Yeah, because I did that, the thing doesn't want to... There you go. There you go. Alright. Now it's before we took that quest, and we ain't taking that quest again, so we don't have enough money. Take this one. And a large box bound with a strap and a pack of any dollar bills, no counterfeit or ink stain bills. Okay. This one doesn't say any marked, right? Yeah, it doesn't say any marked. Okay. In a large box. I don't think we have any large boxes currently. Other than the one I have to know the example. So I have like examples of small, medium, large, so that way I don't forget. There's euros in there. There we go. Oh, okay, I need to buy a box. Buy it now. And then I need to count. I need more tape in here though, don't I? There you go. Both. Nope, you're good. Okay. Let's start with hundreds. Look at all that fake money. This is an oddly Silicon Valley feeling work space for money laundering. I know, isn't it nice? I kind of like it. I like all the graffiti. I love this open floor plan, personally. Very nice, in my opinion. Fake monies. Separate the fake money, though. I like the type of money. I want American money to stay with American counterfeit money. This American counterfeit. I think that's American. Yeah, that's American money. And then this is European money. Oh, I missed a 20. I missed a 20. Fuck. Honestly? Oh, fuck. I fucked that up, didn't I? I did. One more right there. Honestly, I should just bind these bills. Alright, I'm gonna put my counterfeit bills here. Put that in the wrong order. It should be this way. Actually, oh, this was right. For now. There. I can have all my counterfeit money. Be on the table. Boop. Alright, go over there, and you go over there, and then 10k pack. Now we just need 5k. 5k. And these are fake monies. Go in there. Oh, this is fake monies. Boop. Give me the money. And now we do 50s. Because if there's one stack of 50 in here, we'll be good. For a person that really doesn't like math, I really like this game. I don't really know why. Oh, there's my large box. Also, I thought that was a money chute. It's not. It's just a slide that you can't really slide down. Which makes me a little sad, but it's fine. Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that the whole sandwich? He's not. He didn't answer. That means it's half the sandwich. Oh, no. Pixel made a really big sandwich. I don't know what possessed him to do this. Other than Jake the dog. Because Jake the dog made a really big sandwich. I hope he took a picture of the sandwich before he cut it. It's a really big sandwich. That sandwich is the size of my head. Pixel's made a really big... Like, imagine a sandwich the size of your head, V. That's what I've just seen. With my own 2 eyeballs. Aww, he used my people shit. Aww. Of 20s. 50. These go here. And then I think... Does it look tasty? It looks fucking incredible. What the fuck? What happened to one of my... Oh. You put that reaction way too fast while streaming. What? It's on my monitor. What do you want? It's on my other monitor, dude. I can't help it. It's just on my other monitor. It's just sitting there. I always have Discord open when I'm streaming. The luck of having 3 monitors is you just get to... Oh, I have an idea. Hold on. Let me buy a crate. Supply. A crate. Wait, do they have any other things other than a crate? It was still work table. I'd rather buy the crate. Alright. Sort out the 10. Stop. Imagine your debt has been paid. 115,000 out of 1 million. Aren't I doing such a great job? Alright, the euros. Nice, yeah. I'm doing my best. Alright, let's do hundreds. Of hundreds. Start. Oh fuck, did I pick up counterfeit bills? Oh, this is why we don't do this. Shit. Okay, wait. I'll do it like this then. There we go. And we got this one. That way we don't accidentally pick up the counterfeit bills. There you go. Start. And take these guys and I implant them over here. I'm doing working for the night. My brain is fried. That is understandable. You did a good job today. I hope it feels rewarding. I'm always back inside. I'm supposed to tell it that. I really gotta give people more euros. Like 20 euros? I have too many 20s. Okay, any Euro quests? There's this one. Oh, it's gone. Fuck. I don't want to do that one. Let's do gingers. No counterfeit or ink stained. And my crate. Yippee. Oh God, this thing's so heavy. God. Okay. There you go. This one wants you dollars. Okay. Oh, there's coins. There's coins here. Coins for the piggy. Oh, there. I mean, for that, I guess. This is the music you be bumping while you're doing this job, you know? Is that all the money? Okay, it was. And a... Oops. And a sports bag. We got a sports bag. I like reusing bags. I'm wondering if I should have just used this guy instead of the whole tables. 20k? But USD. Let's take out 500. Okay, and this will be 5k. Start. Okay. And now I need another 5k. Start. Hopefully it has enough 50s. But it might not. So they want us to do math, chat. Math. Stop with your heart in a head. I don't think it's gonna have enough, no! Okay. I don't want to do the math. Please go up to 4k. Fuck! I think like 15? Yes, I guessed right. Okay, so 3k. So how much does this have? This bag got 18k, so we need 2k. Which I feel like we could do with the 20s. I feel like there's enough 20s in here for a 2k, but we'll see. Take these guys. Oh, that's the wrong palette. This palette. Heck. And now it should be 20k. Yes, ma'am. Alrighty. To ship them off. These are all 10s. Okay. 10s go here. Hold on, what? This is a one. It's 100, right? Yeah, I want to do. want like 9, so that way it's like an even number. Boop. There we go. Now it's 160,000. Cool. Now let's take a Euro quest if we can. This one, Mr. Baby place. So organized. I gotta be. In a case. We have a case. Ooh, a large box. We never get large boxes. Put that there. Take this box. Put that guy there because we don't get many large boxes. Why is it not? Oh, this is trash. What? What? Get. Oh shit. Oh shit. Get the fuck out of here, you trash. I don't need no trash. So let's see if we can pick up all the rat bills. Yep, that was there. Is there any more? Yeah, there's more in here. Want all the bound bills. Bound bills. Tonight. Give me all the bound bills, game. Is this all the bound bills? I thought. Trying to jip me. I will not be gypped. Oh wait, there was trash in it. Fuck. Fuck, chat. Fuck. I didn't realize there was trash in it. That's where that trash piece came from then, huh? These are all bound bills. You guys go over there. That's a lot of money. Gonna be honest. Okay, so let's start with the hundreds, and we're gonna break some of these up. There we go. Start. And then we're gonna have to move this, like, over here. Up. These are real? That's crazy. Secrets I can kill your disease. Have any more? Oh, they seem all like loose. Nope. Cut it all open. There we go. I'm usually a lot more organized when I cut open bills, but there's so many fucking, like, grouped bills here. Oh wait, what the fuck? One big pile. You take another? Yeah, you can. You can take another few piles, actually. Boop. Oops, fuck. Over there. I can kill you. Oh, here you go. Lord. Like, so the US dollar quests have a lot less money dealt with them compared to euros. And even the yen ones, they're like, they want millions of yen. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how am I supposed to count out a million yen? Why is my face tracking broken? Don't be broken. Thank you for the song request, Kiwi. Sorry. Keeping the euros so that way we can do the other quest. Or keeping the hundos. I don't know if this is gonna take all of that. Like Just wanted to share I just wanted to share my first experience with imaging back at Heap in middle. I also learned about her at middle school. Because there was a music video edit of the song that we listened to, and I think with Ava's Demons, which is a comic that I really like that I haven't finished. I don't think it's finished either. It's this one. I originally started reading it on their website, avasdemon.com, and then they went on Webtoon. I always wanted one of the keys from this, actually. There's a key from this that I really, really like. Yeah, they used to have a key, but I don't think they do it anymore, which makes me sad. That's unfortunate. They don't. They had like a thing about it, I think. Ava's Demon Key. Yeah, this is the key, and they sold the key for a while. They sold this key. But you obviously get it 3D printed, but I really like that comic. Ooh. Keep going. He starts to think me wants another money counter for the euros. How much is the big one? There's a big one. Actually, tools. Lift platformer, money counter XXL. Oh shit, can this take 3 types? The heavyweight champ of the cash counting sorts dollars, euros, and yen by denomination, filters out counterfeits, and wraps stacks like a factory. Built for those who think small is a waste of time. I like it at least try one. At least get one. I'm gonna move this back. I changed my mind. This wasn't efficient. I'm going to move it back, please. You go back there. We definitely have enough for the Betty Oops quest now. Oh, you're not done, Buccaneer. No whole other stacks to be dealing with, Bucko. Put money ball in machine. Start. I like the song, it's cute. Oh, we need a briefcase. So do I not? Did I not? I didn't put a briefcase over there. I think I might have to move this over here. The song is 20 years old. It's younger than me. That's crazy. How time flies. I might scoot my operation a bit. No, I think it's okay. Might scoot this table back a bit, though. Let's do that. Let's scoot this table. Hold on. There's still a wrapped one in here? That's insane. There's so much. I was given so much money. And by the looks of it, real money, too, which is crazy to me. Actually, could I move you? God, it's so fucking heavy. Fuck. Put you here. You gonna fit? You do fit. Nice. And then if I start dealing with money like right here. I'm having ideas, chat. Yep. Alright, then take this guy, put him there, take this guy. I'm gonna scoot him over so we have a bit more room. There we go. That's so fucking crooked. Yeah. Yes, please. Or like put like him in like a one. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, so the sandwich that was as big as my head is now at least a little smaller. He cut it in half. Okay, I think this is straight. There we go. And then I'm gonna put the euro counter on this side. There we go. I'll put this one on this side. What the fuck? There's 20s in here still? Alright, and then these guys go in here. Go in. Oh, is it full? Oh shit, it's full already. Okay. You pile go here. This pile goes here. Start. How much money do we have? Ooh, maybe like 2 more jobs and then we can have the XXL counter? The big boy? The bigger boy? Because I will say having 2 of these on at once is crazy. It is kind of like loud. One of those are US dollars. So. Take my money. Take more money. So much money in this. Oh, that one isn't taken. Take the last bit. Fuck. Shit. Give. This is an interesting song. I didn't expect this one to be playing. Ooh, there you go. Okay, and now I gotta move this one here. Oh god. It dragged chat. Thank you. Oh no, got caught. Oh baby. Kisses. And with his misses. I feel like this is different than the ones I've seen. I just realized why they gave us somebody else because we had to give him 140 euro. Oh, but we'll be fine. You like the song? You like the musical? So if he doesn't want to hang you, somebody hang you. By the way, have a is Matt here? Good night, V. Thank you for the bonk. I hope you sleep well. All right, now 50s. What I said. Oop, oop. All right. Here's 1. 5. To make 100, we'd need... Oh my god, Willow the Baphomet, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? How's your night? How's Cult of the Lamb? It's a Go-Pocalypse. Welcome on in, everybody. Stinky Little Pet, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I was eating a salad. How's it going? Hello, Raiders. We're just hanging out, doing a little laundry. But how was your stream? Feel free to tell me how it went, or, how Cult of the Lamb went. Otherwise, if you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to us here at the Milk Club. But welcome, welcome, welcome. It was dope. I'm glad. I'm glad. I hope you had an amazing Monday. Open the door! Yup, that's our stream alert here. We're currently trying to make 150 euros. 140,000 euros. Welcome on in. For those of you who are new here, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. We do comfy, cozy things here, but sometimes it's a little chaotic, but we're a lot of the times here for a vibe. I got the stinky tent today. The stinky tent? The bathrooms? The bathrooms? Or the stinky tent as in the one that makes babies? Is that the stinky tent? We're gonna be playing Cult of the Lamb this Friday, actually. The tent was rank? Oh, God. You had no one cleaning it? If it smells bad, you probably should have someone cleaning it, you know? Currently sorting our dosh. Hoping that we can make enough dosh without using the hundos. I probably can, though. Yes, oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. How far have you gotten into the game? I haven't, like, gotten that far into the game. I think I've beaten, like, the first 3 bosses, and then, like, I'll stop streaming it. What? How far are you guys into it? 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, fuck. I did not go in there. Oh, there's a 50. There's a 50 here. Oh, no! I picked up all my other 50s in the bundle of 50s. Fuck, hold on. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no. Where did our packed monies go? I see one of them. I see. We gotta go on our rescue mission. I beat all the bosses, but still need some achievements. Oh, that's understandable. That's cool. We gotta get the packed monies. I can't believe I dropped the packed monies and with the unsorted money. Okay. Oh, we got it back. Okay. That's 1, 2. Megan II, thank you for following. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Okay, wait. I'm confused again. Okay, pack. Okay, cool. Yeah, money! Money! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Willow, thank you for subbing at tier 1. We really appreciate you. Keeping the lights on! Keeping the lights on, my friend. But yeah, I'm just trying to make ends meet in this game, too. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So we're at 35k. Maybe we'll have enough 50s. I mean, worst case scenario, we gotta give the guys 20, you know? That's not the worst. Let's go! Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you as well. I hope you enjoy your stay here at the Milk Club. Trying to get all that cash. Count faster, little machine. I want to get the girthy boy of the money counter. Oh. Also, if any of you are having dinner, what are you guys having for dinner? Or what did you have for dinner if you already ate dinner? I'm currently trying to eat my salad before I eat my sandwich that 40 Pixels made, my significant other. But it's hard because I don't really like the taste of the salad, to be honest. Girth? Yeah, he's a girthy boy. He can count 3 separate types of bills. He can count euros, US dollars, and yen, Japanese money, all together at once. And I'm like, oh, I want, because he's a big girthy boy. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I'm eating pierogies. Ooh, yum. I love pierogies, actually. My grandfather had me enjoy those. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. So we're like almost halfway there. I just have wet cardboard in a few minutes. The USB boxes are what do you mean you're eating cardboard boxes? That has no nutritional value. I'd rather you eat a bug. Go eat a bug. Oh shit, it's just not packed. You're a dope, bro. Would like to play with you sometime. Hell yeah. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. I do definitely should be doing more community game nights, so I'm definitely down. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. 55. Bugs are yummy. Serious? Don't actually eat bugs. No, please don't eat bugs, actually. I was joking. Don't eat bugs. Oops, sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to shovel my salad in my mouth. Oh, there's no more tape in it. Hell yeah. There we go. But not in the way that you want me to. Alright, now for the 20s. I'm not joking, you should eat bugs, they are good for you. I am joking, do not eat bugs. Don't eat bugs, chat. I'll make you, I will figure out cooking to make you food. I'll just bake you a bunch of cookies and brownies, please don't eat bugs. Please. Please. Why did it go so far? Eat the bugs. No, I had crickets before. I stopped eating bugs after they started talking to me. Then what did they say? What did they say? What did they tell you? Did they tell you their secrets? Yum yum yum. Yum yum yum. Alright, now I gotta do Tony's. I've eaten cooked crickets before as well. Yum, cricket cookies. Stop! No, no cricket cookies. No bugs. No eating bugs. We're not birds here. Unless you are a bird, then I guess maybe. That's understandable. It's a hard life being a bug. Especially when everything wants to eat you, you know? I ate all my salad. I've also been fed, eating fried grasshoppers. Where the fuck are you getting all these bugs? Why are you eating all these bugs? Don't be eating all these bugs. Stop! No, not fave. Don't eat bugs. Don't eat bugs. Don't eat bugs. Stop it. I can feed you other things here at the Milk Club. Wait, there's a tangent. Camping? Oh, okay. Any culture outside of Europe and North America? Oh, well, you don't need to eat bugs, though. We can have other things. I didn't mean to pack that. Shit. Oh, I got my knife in it? Fuck. Put that there. But I want to. You promise it'll be a nutritional bug and not a bug that you shouldn't be eating? Can you promise me that? Can you promise it's a food safe bug and not one that's gonna give you 10 years of diarrhea? Bugs ate my ass once. I never slept the same. Oh my god. Why'd they eat? Why? Of course, not good. Crickets and fish? Well, the fish is typical. I feel like the fish is pretty normal. All things considered, you know? Deal, bucker up. Not only open myself up to love. Oh, bugs beat my ass once. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Unless, unless. Rada, 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 rada. Pack. Vocal stem in the middle of us talking about bugs. Me offering. What is that little guy? Oh my god, that looks like Starfire's, Starfire bug. Her pet bug. Silky? You guys remember Silky? Hold on. Fuck. Screen. You guys remember Silky? Starfire's little pet. It's like this little grub. It's this little grub. That's what that reminded me of. Me peeing cutely in excitement. Hey! Hey! Make sure you're peeing in the right corner. Are you peeing in the piss corner? We have a piss corner here. For some reason, y'all need a piss corner, and I'm just making sure you're peeing in the piss corner, right? You better be peeing in the piss corner. I swear to God. Last time, I had to pick up y'all for the fucking... I don't want... You better be pissing in the piss corner. You better be pissing in the piss corner. I swear to God. What the hell is a corner? It's a corner in which we piss in because we don't piss where we eat, you know? We don't shit where we eat, you know? What goes in does not come out in the same corner, you know? What comes in goes out in a different corner. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay. I pissed in the shitting corner. Well, that's fine. I found a puddle and added to it. Okay, you found it. You're good. We back on the piss corner? Yeah, because someone had to pee, so I had to make sure they remembered that there's a piss corner. In the Palace of Versailles. Well, luckily there's a piss corner in the Milk Club. Okay, we're gonna have to start adding the hundreds back into this, I think. I have perchance pissed my pants. That's fine. Or if you want to piss at the biggest tree you got. No, we don't piss on the trees here either. We don't do that. No pissing on the trees. Well, I guess unless you're a dog VTuber, then I can't stop you.
We had a bucket, but Mom took it away.
We don't have a bucket. We never had a bucket. Don't lie to them. We never had a bucket. What are you talking? We've never had a bucket. We don't do buckets here. We do buckets for like water buckets and milk buckets, but we don't do piss buckets. We don't lie to them, BLT. Don't be making up shit, chat. What do we do with that? What if I'm a puppy girl? Checkmate. That's valid. That, you know, you got me on that one. I'll be honest, you got me on that. If that's the case, you got me on that one. How much money is this? 94k if I do another stack of 3. Pee poo, pee pee poo, poo poo pee, pee pee poo poo pee pee. Having country military family, you do what you need to do. That's valid, but here at the Milk Club, I got space for you, you know? You don't gotta be... Oh, fuck. Ooh. My dad just took my little car to get fixed up, so crossing my fingers, I can save money on gas because I'm spending like $210 a paycheck right now. That's valid. Man, you're making a lot of poopy wipers in this game. No, we're making money. We don't wipe our asses with bills, man. We need them bills. Okay, I fucked up a little bit though. Okay, so 20. Gotta get all the 20s together. Because I think we're gonna have to start using 50s instead of 20s. Okay, so here's all the 50s. I don't want to totally wipe myself out of 50s, but... Okay, how much is in this? Those fingers keep it where I could see it. Yeah. So 60k, so let's try to do... We could do 40k of these? 40, 38. Ooh, shit. Okay, we might not be able to do these either. As long as you can survive as a good actor, I once said just do it. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Stop. Give. Oh, fuck. No, give. Okay. What? Some of these... Oh, fuck me. God damn it. We got me into reach because I was so pissed about you hating on... Listen, I just don't. Listen, I have a fear, okay, of eating bugs, okay? And, like, what if I were to eat some bugs, and those bugs, instead, didn't die in my stomach acid, and instead grew up in my tummy? That wouldn't be very good. That's all I'm saying, is that wouldn't be good for me. I would die. No, Amy, no, none of that. It means no worries. Girl, you cook them first. But, like, what if, like, I don't know, like, what if, like, when they die, they release eggs or something in my tummy. And I just die. There'd be nothing left for me. I'm only getting older. I've never had a show. Let's do one more stack. That's why you fry them. But like, what if even after you fry them, they still lay eggs in your tummy? That does sound sweet. That's what I'm saying, man. Crunch? No, crunch, no. Listen, I'm just saying, it could happen. It could happen to any of us at any point in time. It's not impossible, you know? I know I'm scared now. That's what I'm saying. It's a spooky thought. You can also eat bug egg. No! No! Bugs scare me, man. Bugs are scary. I don't want to be eating none of that. No, thank you. Yeah, let's do this. Stop. It would kill off the... I just have an irrational fear that if I eat bugs, they're gonna grow up inside of me. And I'll be the bug mother. What would Senshi do? See, we don't live in the world of Senshi. We live in the world of America, and America is scary. I'm so innocent. Whatever could you possibly mean? What? You do enjoy cheese because of Microsoft. Well, that's different. They don't... I don't look them in the eyes and be like, hey, what's up, bud? You, come here often as I eat him, you know? Let's do another 5K.
You are the bug mother.
I don't want to be the bug mother. I don't want to be the bug mom. What if I told you I didn't want to? Oh, I did. Let's do one more tape. How's that possible? Honey is bug vomit? Don't say that! I love honey! Don't say that! Don't say that! Okay, but hold on. If it was life and death and you had to choose one, would you eat a bug or a whole bearded dragon? A bug. A bug. I'd feel too bad for the bearded dragon. I'd see too much humanity in the bug. Wait, how much is it? 20? Oh, we should just do 2 10s. Do the 2 10s. Can I eat both? Why would you want to eat a lizard? Don't eat a lizard. What if he wanted to be a wizard when he grow up? That'd be fucked up. Oh my god. Guys. But why? Why? Not the poor lizard. Fine, if you want it. You know, I could do frog legs. I could do frog legs. else am I? Is that all of them? So you would eat a bug. Only if I had to. Like, I just have a fear of infestation. Being gator, that was good, so why not a lizard? Because it makes me feel like we're gonna look the lizard in the eye and it'd be like, goodbye, buddy, and then just chomp his head off. You know? Oh, he's not a little grasshopper? I guess. Okay, as long as the bug is cooked, I guess it's fine. Okay? But, like, I don't really want to. I cooked some cucaracha patas for you. Okay, I mean, if it's coming from chat, as long as you promise, as long as you fucking promise me with the fucking stretchiness of your butthole that it's gonna be cooked. Because if it's not cooked, I will literally die. I will just die, you know? But if it's cooked, it'll be fine. If it's not cooked, I will shove things that are bigger than the size of your butthole into your butthole. I mean, I've eaten stuff I've killed before. That's valid, but I haven't, and I'd probably cry if I did. Cartoons make dino meat look too good for me not to try lizard. I guess that's valid, actually. I mean, that's kind of valid. I just feel bad. I'd look him in the eye. Like, I'm not a vegetarian or anything, but if I had to look the cow I was gonna eat in the eye, I'd just start crying. It will be perfectly cooked. Okay, then it's fine. I'll eat it. I'll eat it if you promise that it's cooked. It is my letter to make sure the food I serve is safe. It will be Listen! It may be your job to make sure everything is perfectly cooked, but that doesn't mean you as a communal chat would not maybe try to make me eat a raw bug. Willow can make a mean egg sandwich, bro. Oh, I love sandwich. I love eggs. I eat eggs for almost every breakfast. Like, actually, even though them eggs, like, burnt. That's crazy. That's crazy. I gotta put the extra 20s here. Ooh, thank you for the boot. Got so many 20s. How do we have so many 20s? European 20s. Make no progress. I've tricked people eating dog food. What are you, cow chop? What are you, cow chop? I did that to Joe. I don't think any of you know what I'm talking about, but goddamn. Alright. Blue-eyed cat. In a medium box, and you're not ink stained. Let's accept this one. Because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna shove it in. I'm gonna shove a bunch of 20s in here because I have too many 20s. 20s. We need. And a medium box. I will stop all the raw. I would stop all the raw bugs because I want as many people to be adventurous with their eating as I can, because it would make the world. That's very valid. No, that's very valid. Have you eaten a tuna sandwich? Yes. I'm very afraid of why you've asked me this question though. Are you going to tell me something cursed about tuna sandwiches? Very afraid. 6. That's all big. Yeah, it's a big ass lettuce. There's a horror movie about a woman feeding people to the bugs she farms. What? What's it called? So you can say you've eaten cat food. I actually think cat food smells really good. So I wouldn't be surprised. I need 2K and 1K. Based woman, to be honest. Ain't no way. I think cat food smells good. Wait, no, go back. Yeah, I think cat food smells good. At least the one I've given my cat. I've only had one cat my entire life. And I think her food smells good. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not gonna eat her food, but, like, it doesn't smell bad. Mm-hmm. I think it smells good. Smells like spam. I like spam. I'm literally writhing on the floor. What? I'm just saying, guys. It's not that crazy. I mean, I've never eaten it. And I'm sure it doesn't taste as good, but I don't know. The cat food I give my cat just smells like cat food. Smells like fish. And chicken sometimes. Movie called Swarm that came out in 2020. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. Interesting. She'll sniff cat food but won't eat a bug. It's not that I'm sniffing it. It's just I smell it when I open the little package for my cat. This is how it be. And I said I would eat a bug as long as it's cooked. So, wellness check. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Let me take a bite of my sandwich too. See, all this talk about food making me hungry. Oh my god. I don't know how to bite a sandwich. I said I'd eat the bug as long as it's cooked. And I said, listen. Are you telling me that when you open, like, I don't know, like a package of chips, you don't smell the chips? That's just how it is. You know? Listen, Kiwi, shut the fuck up. I don't know, maybe it's a type of cat food I give my cat. Smells fine to me. I put my whole ass head in that shit bad head. You do what you gotta do, brother. For a few minutes at a time, hey. Horse trough that shit. Got that boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. $600. Fuck, is this gonna have more 20s in it? I'm about to burn 20s, bro. Actually, I could start packing the 20s instead of burning the 20s, actually. You're not a cow, a cat girl in disguise. You're a cat girl in disguise? No! What do you think these horns are? Excuse me. Do you see these horns? Where do you think these horns come from? I'm a cat cow. A moo. I'm a maincoow cat and a cow. These horns don't just come from nowhere. I ain't no demon. I just got red eyes because I'm a cat. I'm a baby. I'm a cool guy. I'm a cool guy that's a cat, you know? Just a cool guy. I'm a chill guy. What can I say? Now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Excuse me. Alright, we're gonna start packing these. What did we say? Oh, a cat, cow, dolphin lich? Where'd the dolphin come from? I'm a cat, cow, I'm a cat, cow, bear, dog thing. And lich. Lich Mara, yeah. Cat, cow, lich Mara, if you want the short term. But I have been a bear. I have been, I have been a bear, and I have been like a catfish sometimes. What the fuck? Boom, 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 and now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Those are parts of your disguise. Those things are what people. No. That's not how that works here in the Milk Club, bruh. Squisho mode, you got it. That's not how it works here. See these horns? They're built in, brother. They're built in. And you know what? They're built like a fucking butt cheek, because they ain't coming off unless you remove it surgically. They should stay on my head. They don't come off. Shit said done. Done. Fuck the road to the city that way. Run. I go. I'm tired. Yeah, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I'm tired of people telling me that I'm not a cow. I am a cat cow. And you can't tell me nothing. The horns are a part of your green hat that you're wearing? That's because of a modeling error, bro. Hold on, wait. Oh, shit. Sorry. Hold on. I'll come back to this for a second. It's because of the hat. It's just how the hat is. See? And then if I wanted to really do it, I would just hide them, but it's just because of a texturing error. That's okay. Mean. Now I'm this big. I'm gonna be this big. Fuck you guys. I'm this big now. I'm not. I can eat you all. Bro. In a backpack. Wherever I go, meow, meow, meow. With the meow, meow, meow. What am I doing? A backpack. I need a backpack. What? What just happened? What just happened? What? What? What the fuck? Is that real? That wasn't the only thing they just screamed. Oh, okay. That's valid. Someone just out my window. I'm sorry, I got quiet because someone out my window literally just yelled, "Help, I'm being human trafficked." Really loud, and it scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the check-in. I'm glad you're having a fun. Oh, don't keep. I'm glad you're having a fun topic. I'll be a lot of people do, cause I'm a silly goober. What the fuck was I talking about? I already forgot what I was talking about. Oh, someone out my window was just like, "I'm being kidnapped," and then I looked at pixels. I'm like, "Is that real? Is that real?" And he's like, "That if you were being human trafficked, that is not the only thing you would say." And I'm like, "That's valid." And then they screamed again, but I don't know what that was about, so. Oh, there's the marked one. Wait, no. There was a special dollar. What the fuck, were they joking? I fucking hope so. To be fair, if you were being human trafficked, there would have been, considering how close they were to my window, there would have been a lot more noise than there was about it. So, cause like they were right outside my window. So if they were having any kerfuffling, I would have heard it. Like any fight back. Maybe they know I'm a streamer now. Maybe I've streamed here long enough that they know I'm a streamer and they're like, let's get it, guys. Let's get our 5 seconds of it. But my mic didn't pick it up, so it doesn't really matter. Oop. Fucking James Brown. Counterfeit money. Cool. Are these all counterfeits? No, those are real. These are real. Eurostar. Thank you for not taking me too seriously. Of course. Of course. Unless someone tells me that they're having a bad day, I never take you seriously. That was, how much is in here? The 6K? 6K, we need 4K? 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I'll just take this much? These dolls are known to be funny. true. Oh, start. 50. Start. There we go. Another 10. Nope. I don't know how to count. 3,000. So we need 20. Okay, yeah. Okay, now it's 9,000. Now we put this over here. And then we got, what, is it just 2,000 left? It's 1,000 that's left. Okay, so we just gotta get this. Boop. Hold on, wait. No, fuck. God damn, I'm just gonna have to put it through. I'm not a possessed doll, I'm an AI. I think they're referencing the movie. The Megan movie. Yes, another bill for my collection. Look at my cool art. It's all cool. They drew over them. It's really cool. I like them. Wait, isn't... Okay. I'm just stupid. Boop, boop. Start. Boop. Heck. Boop. Boop. Will it fit? Oh, it fit. Oh, thank God. I was too. Oh, okay. I was wondering because your name reminded me of it, but I wasn't sure. Go, my backpack. Go. Cool. Oh shit, we can order the big boy now. I'll be broke, but we can order the big boy, I think. Go away. Oh shit, we have 9K. Tools. Buy now. Alright, we're gonna buy this and then we'll probably end out stream because I want to eat my sandwich. My sandwich! And thank you guys so much for the raids today. Megan 2.0 releases June 27th. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I did not know that. I heard that they were doing a second movie. But I wasn't sure specifically when it came out. Close. We raided Gil last time. Gordy's doing stuff. Ooh. Pumpkin doing is doing marble Bibles. So we might go raid them after this. After I get my package. How far away is it? I swear to God if it's a long order though. 29 minutes, huh? Well, I guess we can clean up a little bit. I'm gonna clean up a little bit, make sure everything's all good to go. Actually, let's start packing these 20s. Let's start packing these 20s, chat. Okay. I actually realized that I don't like that the symbol is opposite. Like, they should be switched, I think. The trailer has Britney Spears playing for the opening. Oh shit, really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Is it a good movie? The Megan movie? Is it a good movie? I've only seen like trailers of that movie, so but I do like horror movies. I think it's a horror movie. I could be wrong though, but I'm pretty sure it is. Oh my God, he's here! Check it out, sure. I mean, we do have movie nights here at the Milk Club, so that makes sense. I will do that. Okay. Oh my God, the big boy, he's here. I think the counterfeit's still spit out on the left, though, which make it a little hard to be sitting here. But look at him. We should. Where does the fake money come out? The fake money comes out here still, yep. Damn, look at him. He a little nerd. He eat the money. Yeah, and then we got dollars. Oh, this changes it, so we could do... Oh, yeah, so we could do euros, and then yen, and then USD. That's cool. I'd say it's a lot more car company with bloodshed. Hey, that's up my alley. I quite like that. I quite like that. But thank you guys. I will be heading out for the night because I really want to eat my sandwich and I don't want it to get soggy before I can eat it. So we're gonna go raid pumpkin to yokai. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, and thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out, especially Megan and Willow, the Baphomet, and Stinky Little Pest. Thank you guys for talking to me. It means a lot to me. But we're gonna go raid out now. GG Milk Mother. I'm down for Milk Mother. As long as it ain't Bug Mother, you know what I'm saying? But go have fun with Pumpkin. Marvel Rivals. So I hope you enjoy a bit of a change of pace. But otherwise, I love you guys so much. Same. If you want a raid message, feel free to use it. Otherwise, you don't have to. But it lets us know where you came from. But otherwise, I love you guys a lot and have a great night. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.